Detective time.
Detective game.
Detective game. Hacking hell.
Detective game. Woo woo.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Staffer case. Let me get chat up this time.
Oh yeah, let me get it on my laptop.
Yeah, please. Can you also do a sound check, please? Alright. And while I'm talking, we are today. Because the thing is that I've been alright all day. We were having fun playing Stardew Valley earlier. I've been alright all day. It's just, I feel a little bit ill, so my mood's gone down. And it's not okay at this point. Like,
That doesn't. Okay.
oh, I need a toilet, for fuck's sake, entertain for a minute. I forgot to take a piss.
Jack, I'm so excited.
1 minute, chat.
This one's a me recommendation. I recommended this one. We're gonna...
And I am gonna turn off Undertale in a second. I'm just selling a bunch of stuff to Tammy.
Yeah, we're gonna
Here we go. I'm just gonna.
solve some magic cases with people with magic powers.
There we go. Woohoo! Okay. I have opened stream now. And we lock in and we stop
Yeah.
messing about on Undertale.
So I will warn you, it's gonna be a lot of talking, but we do that anyway, so...
And we chat anyway, it's good.
Yeah, it's like a visual novel style game.
Nice! You know what I'm currently doing in Undertale?
What are we doing in Undertale?
We're grinding money, so I'm going to Gerson. So, you know when you go to Alphys and you get like the 2 boxes that you can get?
I think
I'm going
so.
to Gerson, filling all of that up, including the inventory that I have, with cloudy glasses, taking it down to Temmie Village and selling it all over and over again.
Ooh.
Because I wanted to send Temmie to college just for the laugh of it.
What a saint.
I'm
I
sending
am listening,
Temmie to
sorry, I'm eating
college.
popcorn.
That is completely fine. That's
This was my
valid.
Easter egg.
Oh, it's Easter tomorrow.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I get more chocolate tomorrow. And I was so sad this morning because I finished off the chocolate bar on my desk. I get more tomorrow, so there's no problem.
Are we still down
Oh.
for hanging out tomorrow?
Yes.
What's it?
I have just got no clue what time or when we are meeting, so that's yeah.
The bus should... I'll have to check the time tomorrow, but it should be at like 11:50 something.
Okay.
But I'll have to check the exact time because it's like an unmarked bus on Sundays.
Ooh.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it's just
Annoying
run by some guy
sometimes.
up Norton.
Guy up Norton. Great way to describe it.
Oh wait, yeah, wait, shit, we're live.
Yeah.
Whoops. It's okay. No one heard it.
Nobody knows where that is. There could be any number of that places. There are multiple places called that. So yeah. Guess what I got my grubby little mitts on?
Pardon?
Guess what I got my grubby little mitts on?
What did you get your grubby little mitts on?
So you know how I've been rereading The Hunger Games?
Yeah.
I got the newest book.
Oh yeah.
Like the new one. So they did like obviously there's the original trilogy that have all been turned into movies, and then there's the Ballad of Snakes and Songbirds, which also has been turned into a movie. But I got the new one about Haymitch's games, and not only that, I got it while it was half priced on sale, and it's a
Ooh.
hardback book.
Oh hell yeah.
So, want to put this out there. Guess how much it cost me?
Hardback books are expensive, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Am I guessing how much it was at half price or
Yeah.
£15?
£15. No, lower.
Lower?
Yeah.
That's good then if it was lower. £10.
£10. Amazon. Mwah. It's so pretty. Liv, Artie, it's purple.
Purple.
It makes me so happy to look at because, like,
God,
obviously the dust cover and the art on the
good
dust cover,
popcorn.
phenomenal, but like the actual book itself, amazing
Yeah.
cover art, and the inside of it, it's got like these, like,
So Marko, that'll be why you'll have been seeing Hunger Games things everywhere because a new book came out.
yeah.
Marko was confused. Like, I've been seeing Hunger Games everywhere recently, and I don't know why.
Is the sound alright?
Oh,
I didn't get it.
pardon? The newest book came out and it's one about Haymitch's games, so there's like a massive debate on who's going to be playing who in the new movie because it's become kind of standard and signed in, and we always get it confirmed that whenever a new Hunger Games book comes out, there's a movie that accompanies it, so
Can I steal the phone charger, maybe?
I've got the newest one, Marko.
Huh?
It's on my desk and ready to read.
Ooh, I still need to read the Song of Achilles. Or listen to it, at least.
Yeah, Spotify, I think. Did I send you the link?
I found it, and I started listening to it, and then I stopped because I got busy doing something.
Oh, that's fair.
And I got angry about it, because I can't do something and listen to it at the same time.
I can never, like, plan out how much of a book I'm gonna read a day. You know what? I've actually got this app on my phone that tracks how often I read.
Yo.
And I started tracking it a few days ago.
Turn it down slightly.
So I've got a 7. I started it actually.
Maybe, like in the middle-ish. There you go.
Okay. So by the look of it, I started it last week, and I'm on a 7-day streak of it for now because I started up the account 7 days ago.
That's fine.
So 7-day streak of reading uninterrupted. I've reread the first. I can't remember what was it that I finished. I can't find the one that I finished before. It's called Fable, but it tracks your progress on how much of the book you've read, and it'll tell you like if you put the number of pages on, you can click percent, and it calculates the percentage of the book that you've read. So say you picked up like it. And by percentage, I think it's just like the first 2 digits. So it can be like 89, 90, stuff like that. It's great though.
Also,
And because it has a streak going on it, I'm more likely to read now because of it.
Yeah. Also, I bet
But I
you
can never.
anything- Sorry.
Pardon?
Go on.
I can never like I can never estimate how many pages of a book I can read each week, or like how much I will read at once. Because there are times where I'll just sit down and I'll read things until they're gone.
Yeah.
I was talking to Artie about this actually, because I sat down and I was like, hey, I'm gonna read this many pages in this book because I don't want to finish it all in one day, and I finished everything apart from 2 chapters of the book in a day because I lost focus of time, and I was just sat there reading, and the next thing I was turning the first page 1 minute, and then I'd read the entirety of the book. I knew exactly what had happened, and I was just on the last 2 chapters the next minute, and I just forgotten to eat, which is the only reason I didn't finish it that day. Because my mum was like, Jess, my mum was just like, hey, have you eaten? No. So
I said that's like me with Stardew Valley. What were you gonna say?
I bet you anything. Mum's just shouted at Dad because I told Mum we're streaming, and I bet you could hear it on the microphone.
It's fine.
Dad's just shouted up the
We
stairs for our little brother to get our mum's cup for her, and and I'm like, bet you anything. She's just been like, "Oi, streaming, you know."
Oh my god.
don't
speaking
worry,
of-
we didn't
what
hear
the
anything,
fuck
or at
is-
least I didn't. So I'm assuming stream didn't.
Let's
like,
Oh my god, I'm so
same-
excited.
hopefully
I'm
let's
so excited.
play Staffer Case.
I will say the look of that so far, it reminds me a bit of Bendy and the Ink Machine. That
It's
does
very-
not.
it's
That
like-
reminds me of Genshin.
It's like 1960s London.
Sorry.
Ooh, yes.
Ooh.
The designs of these are quite nice. I like
we
her
could
with the
start-
red eyes.
I also like her a lot.
She looks very nice.
So I've played the first 2 cases, so we're going to start with case 1, obviously.
Woohoo!
So that's us.
Oh my
The
god.
character designs of this are really interesting. I'm
I
kind
know,
of
they're
wondering
so
how
cool.
accurate they are to the time period, though.
I'll be real, probably not very, but it's very steampunk.
Case 1, backstage.
It is, yeah.
No
Yeah.
trick, an assistant from a small town detective agency received a letter of a
Phenomana.
barrage
Buru, I think.
Buru and heads off to London.
Euro.
Bureau, there you go.
Bureau.
Anna knows fancy words.
It just means like,
Do you want to
it's like a part of the police.
Yeah.
Am I right? And I watch a lot of crime shows, so...
Would you like to skip the prologue? If this is your first place, we would recommend.
No, we don't want to skip the prologue.
No,
Don't skip it.
we watch the prologue.
Do you want to be Case? Case is the main character, no trick.
Yeah. No trick case. This is a mystery game where you must uncover
We know what it is.
London, 1960 summer. 10:30, 3 a.m. 3 p.m. Yep.
Is
So
this your first
it's
time?
the end of... It's Halloween.
It's
Like a day before
it's
Halloween.
Halloween.
Or the day before, even. But, yeah.
Excuse me.
I was just saying. This your first time in London, no?
It is.
Oh, it's a pen!
Ask?
He's got a
It
pen
is a
in his head.
pen.
Sorry.
It is a pen.
Yeah, he's got a fountain pen.
In his
That?
hair.
Yeah.
I
must
thought
be
it was
so
I thought it
awkward.
was some sort of like messed up hair clip.
Yeah, it's like he uses it as like a hair clip.
It must be so awkward though.
Not really. I mean, I keep pencils in my hair when I sketch sometimes.
But like in the front of your hair? A pen that big as well.
I need to scan my popcorn, sorry, hold on.
To each of their own. It's maybe he just wants his like bangs to just be a bit curlier, you know. Maybe he just wants a certain swoop and he can't get them with like a normal curler.
Maybe. One second, Art is scanning her popcorn.
Oh, that's fine.
God, it must be rough being on a diet.
I've done well this week, to be
You
fair.
have the well this week.
Ha! I knew it! And how is it? How's it feel taking in all that London scenery for the first time?
Well, it's just as astounding as I said it would be. The buildings, the smoky haze, though I haven't seen Big Ben.
I love pollution. Yes, indeed. She's important, Big Ben is. Though I'm afraid, young lad, you won't be able to get a good look at her from around these parts.
Big Ben's a woman?
By the by,
Sorry.
By the by.
By the by, that bag sure looks heavy. Planning to be here a while?
Don't rob me, please. I'm here because I received a job offer. I imagined I'd be living until I got fired.
Oh, rather young to be working. You must be something else, eh? When I was your age, well, that was the height of the big war. I mean, back then.
I figured taxi drivers in London would be quite the sort.
The
Did I
quiet
grab-
sort.
The quiet sort. Did I grab the wrong one? Probably.
What's the name of this new employer of yours? For another shilling, I'll take you right up to the front door of that building.
Chilling. That's quite alright. In front of the park will be fine.
I mean, you're already paying for an expensive cab ride. What's another shilling? Most, like yourself, visit in London for the first time, try to find the ways by themselves. And before they know it, they find themselves lost in more ways than one, you know?
He's pretty much forcing my hand here. If I keep turning him down, he'll probably just keep pestering me. Well then, I'll place my fate in your knowing hands. The name of the place was... What was the name of the agency? I believe it was written on the letter I received from that man calling himself the detective chief inspector. Yeah.
Mhm.
I think
It's going to show us how to do the thing.
I think the text is too slow because I speak too quickly.
I think you can speed it up.
What the fuck?
So, this is... I can show you how to do this. This is easy.
Someone has posed a question, find the clue related to the question within documents, then press combine clues.
Do you want to press start and I'll talk you through anything you don't get?
Yeah.
So basically, this is the question.
Mm.
So, we're looking for the company name. And these are the pieces of evidence we have down here.
Mm.
So you've got his employee badge, and you've got the letter from... Yeah, and then you've got the letter from this.
Mm.
So
Can I move
in
them all?
these, no, sadly, but yeah, in these. So you've clicked on something there. You need to unpin that.
Sorry.
So that means you got it wrong.
Right.
So you've got to unpin that, and then you need to find the name of the company in the evidence that you've got.
Spectre. Manor Affairs. No.
What if you go down to the bottom, the
Yeah, who it's
Fano,
No.
Yeah, the
No. Because.
Yeah.
Aha!
the London branch?
yeah. So combine clues.
Yay!
Let me
We
get
did
it.
it! Whoa!
By the way,
So-
Bo, if you want to know what a shilling is, a shilling was like 1/20 of a pound
Oh wow.
way
Oh.
back ages ago. It's weird. We used to have a lot more coins.
That's fast enough, I think.
Yeah, so a shilling was 1/20th of a pound, so I can't figure out currently what that would be because
Yeah.
my brain's not braining. So it's the 1/20th of a pound, and 1 shilling used to be equivalent to, I think it was 12 pennies.
12p.
So there was 12 pennies in a shilling, and there used to be two. Wait, so that
Yeah,
would mean there'd be about 240 pennies in a pound in the past
Ah.
before we just got rid of shillings. And there
1/20th of wait. Wait, I'm thinking.
So-
I'm thinking time. Hold on.
£1 was originally divided into 20 shillings,
Okay.
and 1 shilling was divided into 12 pennies.
Oh right. Okay.
So there was 100. Oh no, there was 240 pennies in a pound originally.
God, you can tell I've not done maths in years.
I never finished maths. the
I'm
Pheno-
pretty sure I got an 8
phenomanal.
in math.
the phenomenon.
Yeah.
How'd you say
Uh,
that again?
Bureau.
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 There you go.
I heard people around here call it the bureau for short.
Pheno.
I'm getting overstimulated. Why do people text me? Oh,
This idea. Put your phone on silent.
never.
I'm also gonna put mine on silent actually because that's.
Go away! It's Dev in the group chat. He strikes again.
Shut up, Devon.
Shut up!
What is he doing?
He's just talking.
Group chat silenced. I have it muted permanently because it
I'm just checking volume levels.
sets off my notifications all the time when I'm in college, and I'm just like, no.
You know where the bureau is located, right? If you could take me there, I'd appreciate it.
Considering
Understood,
you're going
sir.
down a loop, going down the same street over and over again.
I swear I've seen
He's
this
ringing
house
him for his
before.
money.
Round in circles. He's going round and roundabout. What?
What's wrong, sir? Something troubling you?
No, it's just you got really polite all of a sudden. Do you just forget your P's and Q's at times?
London taxi drivers always cut around their fares as if they were the Queen herself.
I think I get it. Funny, really. Right, when he heard me say the fucking word
Euro.
Bureau.
bureau, his attitude,
Bureau.
shifted.
We need to write it
Bureau.
down on like a sticky note.
According to the rumours I've heard, the institution's reputation is far from a good one. To come all the way to London after receiving some suspicious letter from the suspect institution, that fucking word, it must be out of my mind. Yeah. To be able to carry out an investigation in a city like this, well, that's a lifelong goal of mine. Yep.
Well, here's the grey building on the left over there is the London branch of the Bureau.
Thanks, fella.
Hey, you got
I
it!
did.
Yay!
I'm gonna
Oh,
forget in 2
he's so
minutes.
pretty.
He is. I love
I'm just
Chase.
gonna give you. Okay, where is the soundboard? Because my mic doesn't pick up a lot. There you go, for being able to say a word.
Thank you. You said that there would be 1 shilling. Where did I put my money? Why did I put the money I exchanged?
You might want to check the front pocket of your bag.
The front pocket. Ah, it's right there. How do you know?
Such things shouldn't come as much of a surprise if you intend to stay in London long, that is.
Don't look at that. Don't.
I don't think stream will pick it up, will they?
It did, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh well.
Don't look at that.
He has such pretty eyelashes, man.
He's so
does. You
He's
think
so
he's
pretty.
pretty? Wait till you see the girl.
I'm a
Oh.
bisexual.
It's the girl that Anna said she liked the look of.
Oh, the one with the black hair and the red eyes.
Yeah. Such things should
I
come as
think
much
it
of a
was the red
surprise.
eyes.
If you intend to stay in London for long, that is.
Huh? What's that supposed to...
Have a great day, sir. I do believe you'll find this city isn't half a bad match for you.
But how do you know?
He's a stalker.
Logical. What does that mean?
I think it's just like a transition, kind of. Because it plays when you get stuff.
Phenomena
Right, and it progresses.
Euro.
Bureau. London French.
Euro.
Bureau.
Bureau.
It's
So
spelled
this is the
really
bureau.
weird.
Yeah.
This will be my place of work starting from today. Hello.
Oh, hello there.
Compared to the investigations office back
Ooh,
home.
Anna, there's a character I think you would love to voice. Do you remember the blonde
Okay.
girl?
Yeah.
She reminds me of you.
Okay, I will voice her if that is alright.
Yeah.
Compared to the investigator's office back at home, this place is just a floor after floor straight up. If I tried to catch a glimpse of the top, I bet my head would be touching my back. Am I really going to be working in a place like this? It took me days to get here, but suddenly going inside is the last thing I want to do.
It's like a vampire, I love it.
I
That
love
woman.
her.
Is she looking at me?
She's my favourite.
We definitely locked eyes, but it's just saying anything. Or am I just imagining things? Nope. She's definitely still looking. Should I be the first one to speak? No, because if she isn't...
You may speak first.
No. Would you happen to have business with me?
Indeed, I do.
Then she should be the one to break the ice.
I'm waiting for someone, and I do believe that someone to be you. A new recruit from the Akimbo Investigations Agency, known for sticking a fountain pen in his curls, height roughly 165 centimetres, goes by the name No. Well, something close to that, right?
165 centimetres is like 5'6", I think.
I don't know, man.
Because I know 180 is like 6 foot. Because I think
How tall's No?
I think Daza
Okay,
is 6
even.
foot.
What? 165.
I think it's like
165.
5'6".
5'4".
5'4".
He's 5'4".
He's tiny. He's a twink.
5'4", 1338583.
183.
But 5'4" centimeters. He is small, man. I'm
He's a
taller than
twink.
him.
He's a twink. She's taller than him.
He's so short.
I'm not shocked that she's smaller than him. She's amazing. She's a queen. She's an
Oh
icon.
my god. Did you read it? You read this, didn't you?
Yeah.
My name's No Trick Case. You're a member of the Manor Affairs Division, aren't you?
That I am. The name's Pandoria Redfins. It's a pleasure to meet you.
No.
No, it's not.
The pleasure's all mine.
I'll pass on the handshake if you don't mind.
Oh.
Germs.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, I do remember something about the British not shaking hands all that often.
That's a lie.
That is a lie. No,
could
it's
say-
not.
No, yeah, that
Is it a
is.
lie?
That is
It
a
depends-
lie.
Depends what kind of part of Britain you are.
I mean, like,
My
If you're in one of those really polite
instructor-
areas,
Sheffield.
probably.
It doesn't even have to be that much of a polite area. My swimming instructor used to shake my hands when I used to shake the students' hands when they got out of the pool to leave.
Yeah.
That's a bit weird.
It was a bit weird, but we loved him. He was a great teacher.
Don't take it the wrong way. It's just that I'm extremely reluctant to come into physical contact with you in any way.
Wow. You're almost right. I did almost take that the wrong way.
I guess you could say I suffer from mysophobia. It's a bit of a bother, but you'll just have to put up with it.
Just have to put up with it.
I don't know what
mean,
exactly that means. I'm gonna
I
Google
think
it.
it's like germs and stuff.
I assumed, but like...
Mysophobia is like, it's either mouth. I don't think it's mouth sounds. It might be.
Mysophobia. Germophobia.
Yeah.
Yeah, germophobia.
I just have to put up with it. I mean, is it really okay to have a detective who's scared of germs?
Well, enough with the introductions. Shall we get inside?
I've just waited.
You'll have to follow close behind. The bureau is a bit of a maze. I don't want to have to report a child gone missing. That is so much funnier now that I know he's like 5'3".
Child.
God, I love
Something
that.
odd about this woman. As if all these years, after all these years, I could still get lost.
I say that. He's
You've
like
never
an
been
inch
in the
shorter than
building
me.
before.
He's like a bit shorter than
He's
you.
an inch shorter than I am.
Such easy game.
Child.
Gamer.
He's like Zanae's height.
Gamer.
Slightly taller than Zanae.
He's like an inch.
Oh my
taller than
God.
me. About that child gone missing, I'm lost. Who would make a building like this no matter where it goes? It's the same hallways and the same doors. Plus, there's no floor plan to be seen. I lost Miss Redford's at the entrance, but with this many rooms in the house, there's exactly 0 other people wandering the halls. Oh wait a tick. Who are you?
Wait a sec.
Wait a tick.
Wait a
No
tick.
way. Is that a map of the building? Of course you can't have a building without this big. Of course you can't have a building this big without a single sign pointing the way. What? What? What the fuck is this? This isn't a map. I'm in
What is a map?
England, right? Why isn't this in proper English? Am I the old man out here? Has my hillbilly upbringing left me with an unfamiliar with the trends of the big city?
Bro's
Whatever.
never discovered room numbers before.
No, at least I can get back to the entrance. Miss Redford's will probably be waiting for me there. Will she? This map. It's here because somebody's able to read it, right? Then maybe the writing on here must be a unique code that only the employees can make sense of.
Case discovers room numbers.
Oh
There
my
must be
God.
some way for me to figure out where the office of the Manor Affairs Division is. After all, I'm an employee here now too. Let me have a look through my things. It's a floor plan. It's room numbers. Look at the
It
room
is, yeah.
numbers and find them. Certainly there must be something enclosed in the parcel I received that could be of some use. I need to select the information pointing of the location of the Manor Affairs Division and then choose the place the information is leading. Just find the fucking room. No trick. If I can connect those 2 pieces of information, I'll be able to find my answer. How about
So
look at
this
it
is-
and think?
This is showing you the other mechanic I was going to say earlier, but I forgot. So, the first time it gave us a question, and then we had to answer the question with a piece of evidence, but as it says here, we don't have a question this time, so we've got to compare the evidence that we have. So if
Right.
we open the floor plan, and press pinned at the top, so that will now stay there. Open, and you need to find, you need to figure out how we're going to find this room number. You found that on the map? There you go.
I'm so smart. If only No Trick could do this.
I mean, he is.
You know, it's all me. The code on my employee ID badge. It's formatted in a strikingly similar way to the codes on this map. Also, the name of my department is written above the code. Manor Affairs Division. Would that make these letters and numbers the unique code assigned to our division? Probably not. Probably. The same code is written on this room of the map. Then maybe that's the Manor Affairs Division? That certainly seems to be where it's pointing me. Seriously, what? What? The door was right for me the whole time? I feel like I'm a supporting actor in a new TV show. Well, I guess I should set it aside. Excuse me. Hello. Oh god, this is a shit tip.
Brian! It is Brian, I was right.
Hello.
Where is the other part of your glasses, sir?
It's a monocle.
Thena.
Sorry.
Thena is the one I
know,
think Anna would like to voice.
Tina?
She's very,
Okay,
like-
how are we doing this?
Who wants to voice Brian? Do you want to voice Brian or should I?
You can voice whoever you want to voice. I feel like you should. Are these like the main characters?
Yeah.
You should voice them because I'm voicing No Trick.
Okay, Anna, do you want to voice Thena?
I will voice Tina.
Okay,
I will
can
gladly voice
I'll be
them.
Brian then.
Yeah, put on your best southern
Oh,
accent. Do it. Hands in the air. Oh god.
Yeah, do you see what I mean now?
Yes,
She
I
does
do.
that.
I
That's
love
a
her
habit of
already.
hers.
She
That
just
wasn't very
pulled out a
logical.
gun.
Yeah, she
pulled
does
out a-
that.
Minor in
Lovely.
first division.
Yeah, that's not a one-off. That's a thing she just does. She will just pull out a pistol on people.
Nice.
So
Great.
just like that, I found myself here.
Makes sense for a rookie. Your accent is rather unique. You're not from around here, are you?
No, I'm from New Mexico. I worked for a private investigator down there.
New Mexico. Perhaps you'd prefer a cup of my finest black tea on ice.
Sorry, but could I get a coffee instead of tea?
Yes,
course.
you should.
It's been a while since we brewed it though, so it's probably gone stale. Let me brew you a new pot.
That's alright. Even stale's fine with me. I didn't catch your name.
Caucasus Brian at your service.
Caucasus.
Caucasus?
Caucasus.
Caucasus. Brian at your service.
Brian.
Brian!
During our case, I'm the man in
Brian,
charge
no!
of investigating the scene of whatever incident has taken place.
Ah, thank you. Detective Brian. How should I put this? Sorry to be a bother, but could I ask your colleague to put away her revolver?
No. Aha. This revolver? You don't need to worry. You don't need to let it worry you. I'm just following protocol.
So you're not gonna shoot me?
The name's Thena Hervinus.
Venus.
Hervinus. My main charge is interrogations. Just call me Thena.
Nice to meet you, Detective Venus. But Venus. Venus.
Thena.
Thena.
Athena. Sorry.
Athena. But again, you're not gonna shoot me, right?
Would you like the honest answer?
No.
Sorry to doubt you, but until the detective sergeant gets back and is able to confirm your identity, we'll be saying just like this. The Bureau is strict when it comes to security. More importantly, I hope the coffee is to your liking.
Is
Oh my
in
God.
the spectrum of life and death, this taste falls somewhere in the middle.
Quite an abstract way of describing it.
I feel threatened, Detective Brian. I actually find the description to be quite on the money. So, when is the sergeant of yours supposed to get here?
Didn't you meet her outside a short time ago?
Bro.
I'm back.
Miss Redlands? No way, then by sergeant they mean...
Indeed, that's me.
I mean, yes, I should have led with.
How'd you find your way here? I went out looking for you, but I had no idea you'd find your way here before I could catch up.
I found the place by comparing the code on my ID badge to the codes to the floor plan building. Yep.
Your ID badge? Oh, so you noticed the department codes. But why are you sipping on that cup of coffee at gunpoint?
I was just about to bring that up.
Looks like you've been cleared of suspicion. Excuse us for that.
Yeah, sorry. We just about held your welcoming ceremony and your farewell ceremony at the same time.
Well, there's a joke I can't laugh at.
Sarge, this is all sort of sudden. I haven't heard a word of a new recruit joining us. I only heard word 20 minutes ago myself. From the Detective Chief Inspector, no less.
Of course. I wouldn't expect any different.
Still, we should be thankful for the extra hands on deck. It's just been the three of us for 2 years now. You all had a chance to introduce yourselves, right? Our friend Note here is going to be joining our investigation team starting from today.
It's no trick. No trick case.
Right, I'll keep that in mind. Note.
Oh my god.
Call me what you will.
Now that I think about it, we haven't heard the most important thing yet.
It is so Bungo Stray Dogs, and I can point out exactly who everybody is.
It's so Bungo Stray Dogs.
She's Kenji,
Yeah.
Atsushi, then you've got Kunikida, and you've got Dazai. It's crazy.
That is true.
The most important thing?
I'm talking about your skill. What is it? What can you do?
My skills? Well, I haven't really learned any special skills. And honestly, this is my first time leaving my hometown. I do have a license to operate heavy machinery. Maybe that'll be some sort of help.
You must be joking.
I guess they wouldn't need that, huh? Heavy machinery.
I'm just asking this to be certain, but Mr. Casey, are you not a staffer?
No. I'm not.
What?
Is that gonna be a problem?
I see. Well, it's less of a problem. And more like, you're fired.
Excuse me? Well, fuck you too then.
Oh, that is one.
Shortest game in
I think-
existence.
What?
End scene, end credits. Manner, the citizens that twisted the laws of say that. Speak.
Manner. The substance that twisted the laws governing this world. The strange anomalies that followed in its wake were called miracles in one era and magic in another. In the current era, such events are collectively referred to as phenomena. Among these phenomena, the one showing a marked increase in recent days is the mana-wielding humans known as staffers. The staffers are able to wield mana however they please from birth, born with a superpower, if you will.
Yeah, city.
Yes, London.
London.
And in London, where you're currently headed, roughly 10% of the population are staffers, making it a city with the largest population of staffers.
Oh.
However, though it hosts such an eclectic
Yeah.
Eclectic.
mix of people,
That's a fun word to say. Eclectic.
It just means a wide variety.
yeah, there is a force that allows London society to continue to function, an agency that manages and controls all phenomena, including those involving staffers.
This thing right here.
The agency
It is
is
a
not
fun symbol.
other than the Phenomena Bureau, commonly referred to as the Bureau. No trick, I know it's in your nature to be unable to leave a riddle unsolved, so I won't stop you from trying to go to London.
No trick case.
However, a word of caution. You will see things there that you've never seen before. And one thing I'm sure of, that will include some things you wish you have never seen.
Like the sights of London.
Like probably dead bodies, Bo.
Don't
Like a
you
rat
call me
drowning in the
that.
Nile.
It's Marko to you, you bellend. Staffer case. Roll
Oh, I'm
credits.
so excited.
One thing they would very much. One thing that they would like to see in London is like one of those really good Yorkshire pudding wrap people. Like making the Yorkshire pudding wraps. Like a good one though. You don't want the one with the watery gravy because they're bad.
No.
But you want one with like the good gravy
Mm.
and all of the good stuff, you know.
Yeah.
It's been a
Ones that
while
let you
since we've had some
customise
drama.
what's in it. Yeah.
I wonder if Note's back on his boat at home by now.
I'm still right here.
Ah, so you are. But if you don't hurry, you're gonna miss your boat.
I'm not going back. Plus, I took a plane here, not a boat. And why? Why are you suddenly firing me?
It's just... You're no staffer, so we don't need you. Sarge, that remark is somewhat misleading. Then Brian, you kick him out. Nicely. Mr. Case, have you heard word of what exactly our Manor of Fair Division does?
From what I read in the letter I received, you all get the cases that normal investigators can't solve.
That's precisely it. There are some among staffers able to take the life of another human without leaving a single scrap of evidence.
What?
No matter how hard you try, a normal person could never hope to solve such cases. Cases resolving around phenomena. We call such cases manor affairs. When police realise they have a manor affair on their hands, they hand over the jurisdiction to the likes of us.
The likes of us, does that mean you're all...
That's right. We're staffers. All three of us.
I'm beginning to understand. The Manor Affairs Division is able to solve the cases that can't be solved through normal means. In other words, all of you are able to use your supernatural talents to investigate crimes. And in other words, I'm fucking useless here.
The Pheno Manor you would label supernatural talents, we call skills.
Yeah.
Calling it supernatural or magical makes it sound a bit cultish, don't you think?
I see. So when she asked about my skill before, that's what she was talking about.
You're starting to catch on, huh? No matter how fast your brain might work or how well you drive heavy machinery, friend, there are just some cases that can't be solved through ordinary means. There are some staffers who go invisible and others who can teleport. You can't say with confidence that you'll be able to catch such criminals, can you?
Whoa. This is person, I think. Who wants to be this guy? Should I be this guy, or do you want to be this guy, Anna?
Do you want me to be it? What's the vibe that he gives off? Just give me like a couple of words.
Old guy, kind of silly. Very unserious.
Okay. Oh, I see you've made it all right. Oh God, he's wearing sunglasses. You've made it quite a long journey, Mr. Case. Actually, I guess that's Detective Constable Case now.
Here's the man. We reached out to my old investigations office. Scouting in addition to his teams of detective, making him the Detective Chief Inspector, sir.
Ah, this is our first chance to be able to talk to face, huh?
Good timing. If the chief,
Getting Anna on as a voice actor was a banger decision.
If the chief insists on me being hired on, these people can do nothing to stop his decision. Show these cretins all the unsavory flavors are completing my chief. Yeah.
Seriously, Chief, how do you show your face after turning our job on its head like this?
But of course, I've lost all expectations I've ever had of getting any sort of help from you. How about you just retire before things get even uglier?
Chief, public opinion of you seems to be the level of
Coup d'etat, I think.
coup d'etat.
I'm sorry, all the French people.
Look at the lot of you. I guess the rookie joining us has got you all worked up.
Actually, I was just about to ask your intention with this one. Why exactly did you hire a new detective who's not even a staffer?
Sergeant Redford, are you meaning to say that you don't wish to take on Detective Constable Case?
Yeah, that's right.
I could have used even the slightest hint of hesitation there. Anything. Just be nice about it.
Then let's try this out. You're all going to give Detective Case here a test.
God, it is like Bunko Stray Dogs. A test?
If Detective Case passes your little test, you let him on the team and accept him as an equal. And, of course, if he fails, you can do with him however you please. How's that? Fair?
Regarding the contents of said test, is that up to me?
Do whatever you please. The kid's a genius.
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to say genius.
Fina, you and Brian are in the middle of the case, aren't you?
Huh? Ah, you're talking about the circus homicide.
I love the circus. I hate the circus. I hate clowns.
Hold up. Are you serious right now?
That evidence you were telling me about before. Show it to now.
I'm kind of busy. Looks like you all have your work cut out for you. Tell me how it turns out.
Once again, making his escape before giving us a bunch of work to do. After giving us a bunch of work to do.
All of this, it's a bit chaotic, but if I pass this test, that means I'll be able to stay on, right? Okay. So, you all are going to give me a test, right? That's what I have to do? What do I have to do? Right. that's...
Before we get to that, take a look at this document for me.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like her voice has changed every time I've spoken with her.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm no voice actor. Anna's the one with the acting career.
Waha, yeah.
What sort of document is this? Who is this a picture of?
This
It's
is
like a
bureau
magical
file.
girl.
Lists off each staffer's supernatural abilities, laying out what skill they have. It's one of the main documents we use to investigate any sort of phenomena that might occur. Each and every staffer must carry around their bureau file with their identity card. These files are crafted from material that can't be forged, so if you interpret the information listed here correctly, you can understand what sort of skills the staffers have involved in your... Let me try that again.
From the top.
These files are crafted
Make
from
it
material
rap.
that can't be
That's
forged.
a whap.
So if you interpret the information listed here correctly, you can understand what sort of skills the staffers involved in your case may have.
Zoom.
The information on this document is about Yulia Geller. She's the person who found the body in the case we're currently investigating, and
Yulia Geller.
one of our main suspects.
Yulia Geller. What kind of funny word does that make?
Julia Geller.
Geller is a clown employed by the Trump Tower Circus, which is precisely where the murder occurred.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
The victim was none other than the ringleader of said circus. His name was Gene Henry Houdin.
Houdini?
I'll give you all the details of the case later on, but first off, I'd like to continue my explanation of the bureau files. Under the staffer's name, we've got the name of the staffer's skill written out. Geller's skill is what the bureau has named indiscernible object manipulation.
What sort of skill is that? The name really doesn't really spell out what that entails.
According to the statements gathered from those who know her, her skill allows her to manipulate objects through some unseen force.
Basically, she's got telekinesis.
So why can't you just write telekinesis? Do you think it's somehow more professional to describe her skill like this?
We never do such a thing. You don't think you're being a little harsh? There are over 1,000 staffers able to move objects without touching them in London alone. We have to take an academic approach to the naming, because filing them all under such overarching words as telekinesis does nothing to distinguish the subtleties of their skill.
You can usually infer what sort of skill a staffer has by the name listed on their file, though there are occasional exceptions like this one.
So if you can't understand from the name of that skill, like this one, you won't be able to understand what the staffer's skill is?
In cases like this, details about the staffer's skill can be found through the course of the investigation. Julia Geller has been using her skill to perform acrobatic stunts at the circus, so it was easy to find out that her indiscernible object manipulation equals telekinesis.
If that's the case, I'm not sure why we even have these files, but anyways, I follow.
Then how about we take a look at the bottom part? Threat level. The threat of each staffer is ranked by the risk posed by his or her skill. If they pose no threat, they're labelled unarmed. If their risk of harm is that of an edged weapon, then they're labelled Bowie. If they pose the same danger as a small firearm, they're labelled Colt. The threat of their skills are all compared to weapons. Staffers with a high threat level may have some restrictions placed upon them that could interfere with normal life.
Julia Geller is rated Colt. Does that really mean her skill is as dangerous as somebody wielding a pistol?
Next comes the skills range.
Ignore me then.
He said that in his head.
Oh, never mind then. Oh shit.
Yeah, white means in his head. Wait,
Sorry.
press log. It'll show you what they said.
Yeah.
Next comes the skills range. This shows how far the staffer's skill can reach.
In Miss Geller's case, I see she can only manipulate objects that are within 2 meters of her.
The catalyst section below shows what the staffer needs to use a particular skill. In Geller's case, she doesn't need anything for hers, so we'll skip that. Last of all, we have a section to write anything of note about the skill that isn't included in the above. The info in this section can vary widely depending on the skill on a person's bureau file. If the skill were about controlling something, we'd have information about the substance that can be controlled. If the skill were about creating something, we'd have info on what can be created. So, shall we wrap up our explanation here? I really need to find a set voice for her. I keep changing it.
Make her sound elegant.
I feel like the first one I did was quite good, but I've lost it.
This information seems overly simplified. Are there any documents with a bit more detail on them?
There are. This is the limit to the info we're able to contain at our current clearance level. Since the investigation department is still classified experimental within the Bureau, we don't have much in the way of clearance.
I see. So what's the test that goes along with this?
The reason I'm showing you Yulia Geller's Bureau file is because this woman is the prime subject in our investigation thus far.
What was the boop, 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 boop?
It was Anna,
Oh.
I think.
It might have been, yeah.
We have 3 reasons to think in this. Now, let me show you the evidence we've gathered on her one at a time. You'll have a look at this evidence and figure out the 3 reasons why we are currently suspect Yulia Geller.
Got it. You want to find out if I'll be any help? You want to find out if I'll be any help on the real case. That's what that says.
What do you think? Up to the task?
If I say no, will you switch the test to something else?
Not a chance.
Then I've got no choice but to do it. Though I didn't really want you to change the test in the first place.
Good, then you're confident. You can use all that confidence to get you back home.
So that's okay from him? Then... So that's okay from him? Then let's show him hit this first.
This
Blech.
is
English.
a testimony. Miss Geller gave a statement. The name of the witness is Yulia Geller, and the document seems to be explaining the circumstances of the witness finding the body. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary witness statement, but this column, it says heartbeat. What does that mean?
Oh, he's pretty sharp, huh? About the abnormal heartbeat column, it gives me a place to check when I detected a change in the witness's heart rate.
The witness's heart rate?
Much of the evidence collected by the Manor Affairs Division is acquired using the skills of the investigators. And this is a special witness statement written using my own special skill. My skill is perception vibration detection. When any potential suspect makes a statement, I can use my skills to keep track of their pulse.
Using skills to collect evidence and fill out documents? Then what does it mean when you record that the witness had an abnormal heartbeat?
It's lying.
No
When
shit,
I
no
detect
trick.
an abnormal heartbeat, it's for one of 3 reasons. The witness is either in an agitated state, they're talking about something emotional, like murder or death, or the witness is lying.
I see. So you're like a lie detector.
No. I'm way more accurate than those hunks of junk.
You shouldn't say such things. Athena has a bad habit of a bit of a standing rivalry with lie detectors.
Do not.
We'll try do that one.
That aside, there's one odd part of this witness statement.
Like, try to sound bitchy, but
Yeah.
like
Which bitchy but professional.
bitchy, but like
In a
rich.
professional
Yeah.
way. Find and point out the section that's leading us to suspect her. That's the first part of your test.
Okay, so these bits are quite easy.
Okay, let me give it a try.
It's just like the tutorial kind of.
If they're choosing to show me this document, then there must be some sort of falsehood recorded inside the falsehood inside of her statement.
That's the word I have.
If I pay attention to the times where her heart rate is abnormal, I should be able to find her lie in the statement. However, lying isn't the only reason for the fluctuations in her heart rate, so I've got to be careful. The false part of her statement is an abnormal heartbeat to prove it. If there's some sort of contradictory information in there, I'll be able to link those 2 things.
Okay, so did you get all that?
So,
Basically,
oh,
she detects when their heart rate spikes, but the heart rate spiking doesn't always mean that they're lying. So it can either be they're talking about something emotional, so like for
Or they're
example,
in
she
an
says, "I didn't kill him." Obviously, she's thinking about the fact that he's dead and someone's killed him.
but then
So-
She's
this one-
She's emotional, agitated.
she
but then
shouldn't
that-
be.
She's got
She's
no reason to be
lying.
emotional, so therefore she's lying.
So,
You need to put that with the heart rate next to it. But yeah, so it's either they're agitated and they're angry, which you can obviously tell with the conversation that they're having, or they're talking about death. So it's like if they say like, "Oh, I found him dead," or like he's dead, their heart rate will probably
So it's
spike.
like if they're getting emotional, the heart
Yeah.
rate will spike, but also like if they're lying, it will.
Yeah. So you've got to be careful about, okay, is she talking about anything emotional here? Is she agitated or this, and this?
This part of
Yeah.
the statement, it's a bald-faced lie.
Oh, that was a quick answer. Shall we have a look? Why exactly do you think this part is the lie?
Pathetic.
No, it's not like that. We don't know if he just got lucky. We can pass him. We can't pass him until we get a convincing explanation of to why.
True. If I have to explain my reasoning behind the thought. This witness statement contains 2 instances of abnormal heartbeats. The second one where she visits the crime scene to bring coffee, and the fourth part where she denies committing the murder. The fourth part of denying the murder were... If the fourth part denying the murder were a lie, this would be an open shut case. However, since she used the emotion-laced word kill in the fourth part, there's a high likelihood that her heart rate would have spiked anyway. In other words, it's hard to figure out the true reason behind her abnormal heart rate there. You detected an abnormal heartbeat, but that doesn't necessarily prove that this part of the statement was a lie. That yeah.
You catch on quick.
However, unlike the fourth part of the statement, she doesn't use any sort of emotion-provoking words, and there were no part of it that's worth getting worked up over. Yet, you detected an abnormality in her heart rate, meaning this part of the statement is a lie. In other words, Julia Geller did not visit the crime scene to bring coffee to the victim. That's quite suspicious.
That's right. You found our answer.
I win! I did it. End scene. End game.
Oh, there are 3 parts
End
to this.
scene. End scene.
There's 3 parts to this test. I think.
End game.
Ooh. I also had my suspicions about Geller's statement and continued questioning the suspect. Here are the results of my interrogation.
In the statement, just from one look at the documents, I can see your witnesses got very worked up.
That's right. When a witness is excited or agitated, I detect a stranger's heart rate whether the statement is true or not. So we're unable to tell whether the testimony is true or not with this document alone. At times, like these, we've got to bring in some other evidence.
So I think I'd better take over the explanation from here.
Ooh, don't go getting smug just like that because you can beat me. Out of the 3 of us, I'm the runt of the litter.
I'm not. How was I smug? Plus, that wasn't exactly something to win or lose over.
You already called yourself the runt of the litter, so why not accept it? Pathetic.
People always pick on winners and losers. Hurry up, Brian, and show them the data you got.
Alright, I guess I will. I do hate to judge others, but that was a problem I simply couldn't overlook. I do hope you understand. Here you go, Case. Your second test.
This must be a photo of the crime scene. The person slipped over the desk must be the victim of the case we're investigating. So, we're currently saying Julia Geller is our prime suspect, right? From the picture of the victim, was the cause of the death a blow to his head? Perhaps. What's all this green ink, though?
Those are the pieces of trace evidence. Wait.
Yep.
Those are the pieces of trace evidence left behind at the scene of the crime. Fingerprints, footprints, scratches, more. We've got all sorts of forensic clues. My skill is to accentuate various clues so that others can easily see what's there.
You are like Kunihira. Your long-ass name. So, what the
He's
fuck?
explaining what it does. That's not the name of his skill.
It would have been very silly if it was.
Using my skill, I can make records of clues I find on the photos of the crime scenes like this. We call them trace photos.
A skill to find clues. Besides just staffers, this might be possible for anyone to do given enough time, yet perhaps. It's not just about finding evidence either. The time when the trace evidence was left was left is written there too.
Nice catch. My skill makes clues appear to shift in colour and brightness depending on how much time has passed. Then I analyse all of that information and determine when each trace was made or left.
So he organises all of that information to produce these trace photos? This certainly help out in an investigation.
Back to the point, this trace photo consists... Oh, wait. This trace photo contains a piece of evidence that contradicts another piece of evidence. Let's call finding that contradiction your second test.
Alright. Let's think. Let's review. The information in this trace photo was found and organised by Detective Brian himself. There can be no mistake on his end. In other words, if a document contains something that contradicts this trace photo, it's the information on that document that was wrong. The information on this trace photo will help us find the lies on other documents.
Okay, so this is where you kind of have to think about it more. So it doesn't give you a question this time. You just have to look through them, and you have to find something that contradicts that.
I feel like it's got to do something with...
That doesn't contradict because she said she was there. Have you looked at the other
But
statement?
that's at 7:30.
Yeah, have you looked at the other statement?
It says 9 o'clock. Other statement, these ones. Asking if I came on any business besides bringing coffee, why ask you suspecting me for this? Ringleader, the victim always took a cup of coffee at 9 p.m.
No. Not that yet. Keep reading it.
After all, he normally stays out until morning the nights after performance. That's the only reason I was there at night too.
He came back sooner.
Yeah, because if you look down here, there are footprints left at 9, which was when she found the body. No, that's the victim, that one. So she was there sooner, and she says, I had no other reason to go.
Oh.
That's smart. So it's like...
Get used to that, because that's
Yeah.
what I will give hints when needed. I will try to
Okay.
keep my mouth shut otherwise, until we get to case 3, of course.
This is really cool.
It is, I loved it.
I've got it.
You can take your time if you like.
Okay, I don't need time. That's quite alright. The document contradicting this trace photo is this witness statement.
Would you like to point out a specific part of the statement and explain what's contradictory about it?
Lock in. Black bars, top and bottom. In the additional witness statement Thena got, there's this one part that stands out. It says, I had no other reason to visit the scene that day. Given Ms. Geller's agitated state, it's impossible to judge the
Validity.
of that statement based on the abnormal heartbeat alone. However, by looking at this trace photo, we can now see that this part of her statement was false. This trace photo clearly shows the footsteps Miss Julia Geller left behind. One part is, as Miss Geller said, we can see that there were footprints left at 9 o'clock. If the statement... Oh, I can't read. If the statement that she got had no other business...
If the statement that she had no...
If the statement that she had no other business with the deceased that day were true, those would be the only
We're great at visual novels.
Fucking Christ.
Those would be the only footprints that she left at the crime
scene that day. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Good lad.
Good blood.
Good lad. Good job.
But that's simply not the case. No trick case. There were another set of footprints left behind at 7:30. One set of footprints at 7:30 and one set of footprints at 9 o'clock. Miss Geller visited the scene of the crime twice that day, so her statement that she only visited a single time is clearly a lie. There's a contradiction between the two documents. What do you think? Am I wrong?
No. That is indeed the answer. It wasn't the most difficult of problems, but you delved so far into this in such a short time.
Maybe he has got a power and it's just advanced intellect, like
It's
problem
just-
solving.
It's just, I'm not fucking stupid.
Yeah.
As you said, Julia
Common
Geller
sense.
did visit the crime scene at 7:30, We questioned her about it, but she wouldn't say a word.
Oh, it's her time.
The victim entered the room at 6 o'clock. Since the victim left no footprints leaving the room, we can safely say he was still in the room at 7:30. We don't know exactly what happened inside the room at that time, but it was certainly nothing to write home about.
So that's why you all suspect Miss Geller to be the culprit?
Well, there's that, but also Yulia Geller is the only person who could have committed this crime in the first place.
Huh?
Here, take a look. Take another look at the photo. There are no footprints that approach the victim besides Yulia Geller's, right?
Yeah, that's clearly the case. Though I do remember a set of footprints labelled Houdini. Who did? Sorry.
That's That's the name of the victim. He's the sad sap slumped over his desk in the picture.
Houdini.
It's obvious that we'd have the victim's footprints at the scene of the crime, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So let's think this through. Judging from the footprints we have on record, only 2 people entered the scene of the crime that day. The victim, Jean Henry Houdini.
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 I'm calling him Houdini, I don't
He's
care that
called
it's not
Houdini
his
We're
now.
gonna call him Houdini.
His name is Houdini. And our suspect, Yulia Geller. As you can see from the picture, a bunch of water was spilled at the scene of the crime. Geller stepped in the pool of water before approaching the victim. But why would she risk getting her shoes wet to get behind the victim? Obviously, Obviously, because she got to get close to whack him on the head.
Fina, if you keep going, we'll have nothing left for the third test.
Ah. Eek! I got sort of carried away there, but I cut it out. I'm sorry, I just couldn't rein in these fantastic reasoning skills of mine.
I love Fina.
So,
I love her, she's so cute.
What will that mean for my test?
Unfortunately, since our investigation is still in progress, we've got no more information to show you. So until our investigation continues, we'll have no choice but to stop the test.
What?
Sarge, if I may change the subject for a moment. This case, I don't think it calls for further investigation. What do you mean? At the current juncture, we can say with near certainty that Yulia Geller is our culprit. Rather than pressing forward with further investigation, let's hand this off to the police and turn our focus to other cases.
Oh, I definitely agree with you on that. We're practically drowning in cases we haven't even touched yet.
Well,
I can't agree with you all on that. It's quite natural to point a finger at Yulia Geller as your prime suspect. But I think Detective Thina overlooked a piece of information during her explanation of the third reasoning for a suspect. Miss Geller. Miss Geller.
Huh? What do you mean my rationale wasn't spot on?
she overlooked something? What might that be?
She did. Generally speaking, her logic would be correct, but since this is Yulia Geller we're speaking of, we must say that Thina's logic doesn't hold water.
So you found a hole in her logic? Would you mind explaining what that might be? This tape recorder has everything we just said a moment ago recorded on it. Print out the part that stands out to you. After you print it out, point out which part of the transcript seems odd.
So just press this print button. Waha! So select the part of the transcript that stands out and use it in connection with the piece of evidence. If I want to defend the argument, if I want to defend the argument, I'll say I support. But if I oppose the argument, I'll pick oppose and connect it to the piece of evidence that's supposed to be
Opposition.
Yeah. So it's the fact that she can. Where is it?
Press print.
Manipulate gravity.
Yeah. So it's the.
So if you pin that there, so it stays on.
Where's her thingy? There it is. So it's this.
And then if you... It's Thina's comment. Because she's like, to whack him on the head.
And it's that, because she's got object manipulation, so she's clearly...
Yeah.
She doesn't need to get near. Yeah,
It is
she
her
doesn't
footsteps.
need to get near
She doesn't
to.
need to get near him. It's a part about Yulia Geller risking her shoes getting wet in order to get close to the victim. You thought the reason she might do that was to whack him on the head, right?
Right, if there's a puddle on the floor, you'd normally just take the long way around, no?
But her getting so close to the victim is something we can't really explain without assigning the action to some sort of special reason.
I agree. However, she might not have approached the victim with the intent of killing him.
And what are you basing that assumption on?
Suspect's skill.
A skill?
Indiscernible object manipulation. It's a rather peculiar name, but you said it's basically just telekinesis, right? She's able to put to use.
Use it.
She can use it to me. Yeah. For a person with the ability to wield such a skill. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm getting down with
I
it.
need the John Cena dancing move.
And his name is John Cena.
There's a family
Headphones
guy.
on.
There's a family guy being with her, just like. Would she even have to approach the victim to hit him in the head?
Ah!
As you all said, such a circumstantial evidence regarding the suspects approaching the victim would only add more suspicion to the accused. Under normal circumstances. However, that's not the case with Yulia Geller. Our suspect wouldn't need to get that close to the victim.
You're right. With her powers of telekinesis, she wouldn't have to approach the victim to hit him in the head. Hit him 1,000 times.
I don't think she'd need to hit him that many times. She had no need to approach the victim, yet she approached him anyway? Assuming Miss Geller is the culprit, it's a rather unnatural action for her to carry out.
Brian is not having this.
As things stand, we cannot conclude that Miss Geller is our culprit. No, because why would she need to? Yeah.
That was also when she found the body, which
Yeah,
is also weird.
So she didn't kill him when she found his body.
She found his body later, didn't she? Because like, there's the first set of footprints, and there's the second set, and the second time is when she found the body. So
Yeah. Still, there's no way we can for sure say that our culprit used any skills. Maybe they forewent skills in favour of an ordinary blow. Yeah. We can't say for certain that no skills were used either. Plus, you say the floor was wet, right?
With wet shoes, you'd have no idea what sort of footprints you'd be leaving behind. In fact, Yulia Geller's footprints being left at the scene of the crime led both Detective Thena and Detective Brian to suspect Miss Geller. Would a person looking to commit a crime take that risk? Especially if she had the means of killing her victim without getting close to him. It would be more odd for her not to use her skill.
That's his version of this is it.
This is it!
That pose.
Logical.
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 Logic.
There are quite a number of staffers able to commit a crime without entering a room. It's true that Yulia Geller is still suspect, but as long as there are doubts to be raised, I believe this case must remain open.
No case remains unsolved.
I think you're right about that. If Geller wasn't our culprit, we'd been in a real pickle.
I apologise for having brought it up. Recently, the amount of cases assigned to our department has increased remarkably. I must have grown impatient. We needn't worry about that now, though, right? After all, we've got another hand on deck now.
I got my job back. Sergeant, does that mean it?
Honestly, I was thinking I'd fail you and send you home no matter how you did on the test.
You snake in the grass.
However, you've grown on me a little.
Aww.
That may be true for me, but are there any objections from you two? You spotted a flaw in our logic. I can see no more reason to object to his joining with us.
Pull a gun on him. Here. Would we have a leg to stand on if we did? Andy, did you know our reasoning in... Andy, did you know our reasoning in this was so far off?
Well, it is sort of basic line of reasoning in mafia affairs investigation, so much that ignorance of the fact borders on moronic.
I apologise that for being. I apologize for being so much of a dimwit. I missed that something so simple.
I'm so ashamed of myself. I don't need to cast blame. After all, even the best investigators sometimes end up hooked by the wrong hypothesis. The important thing is that we correct the faults in our logic.
I think none of us are brains are working today. The amount that we're all messing up.
This game has a lot of long words and my brain is not equipped to deal with that. This is just a theory of mine.
A game theory. Thanks for watching. End stream.
But what's more important than finding the right way immediately is the ability to turn around when you're on the wrong path. And Note just proved that he has that ability. So, we're a little late in saying this, but welcome to the Manor Affairs Division, Note.
No need for the pleasantries. I just want mine. Kicks his feet. Oh, you're right. That it was a bit late.
Well then, we'll have our welcome party later. For now, shall we get ready to head out?
Head out? Where to?
The case, you dumbass. To continue the investigation. We're off to the scene of the crime, Trump Tower Theatre.
Wahoo! Come on, gang. Farmers. Everybody, let's go.
Everybody, let's go.
Come
on, let's get to it. I know that we can do
I'm
it.
gonna start doing that now. I'm doing the John Cena dance where he's wearing the
Oh
headphones.
my god.
Your car is quite cramped. Well, this is annoying. There's a mountain of paperwork in here, so I've only got this tiny space crammed up against the window.
We're on the move a lot, so I tend to keep all of our case files in the car. But then one day I realised there were more files in the car than in filing cabinets, so I just moved what was left in the cabinets to the car.
Oh my god.
The place he's sitting now was originally used to store all the files on theft and robberies.
Pretty sure the seats were originally created for people to sit on.
If there are any stereotypes you may be holding on to, in investigations where manner is involved, you've got to think outside the box.
I'm trapped in a box. That's a lovely turn of a phrase. But it doesn't do much to convince me on this issue.
More importantly, we haven't filled you in on the details of the case we're investigating yet, have we? The file should be close by. It's case AO136.
AO136. Is this the one? Found it. The murders of the Trump Tower Theatre on Dartford Road.
What a nice soothing guitar
Oh,
just
I
to hear
love
about
murder.
murder.
Yeah.
So much soothing guitar for the murder.
I feel like
Right.
you know the dance. The
What's
dancing
in that
dog
bag?
thing.
Yeah.
What is in that bag? What
It's
is
a
in that bag?
statue.
It looks really dodgy.
It looks
It's a statue.
Whoa. The body was found inside the theatre in the offices of the victim at 9 p.m. on the night of October 29th. The first to discover the body was Yulia Geller, an employee. Jesus Christ.
The victim's name was Houdini.
Victim's name was Jean Henry
Jean.
Houdini. Jean?
Call him
Jean?
Jean though.
Jean.
Jean Henry Houdini.
He was the ringleader of the circus located at the Trump Tower and the owner of a small theatre within the said building. The cause of death was due to a blow to the back of the head, forcing a single blow was enough to shatter his skull. So it had...
Oh god.
What about it?
It was a single blow to the back of the head, so it had to be something heavy.
Well, that's one way to smash
You
your
said that
head
was a
into
statue.
something.
Besides the victim, there were only 3 people able to gain entry into his office at Trump Towers, the scene of the crime. Police named all 3 people as suspects before the beginning of the investigation.
You ever have a dream where you could do anything?
All of the employees of Trump Towers are staffers, and they have been using their skills during the circus performances. Thanks to that, it didn't take long to figure out what their skills might be. As the clown, Yulia Geller, with her fucking hell, give me. Hello. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
No better than a man.
No better than a man. As the clown Yulia Geller with her skill of telekinesis, then there comes the magician, Frederick Vernon.
Yep.
Gifted with the skill of flames. And finally we have the acrobat, Oz Aston. Aston?
Yep.
Aston. With her skill of eyes. freeze me. Sorry. It's the first to discover the body.
Honestly, I agree though.
Yulia Geller became the prime suspect, but it's difficult to pin the crime on her. That's because the murder weapon was never found.
No suspect was found leaving the scene of the crime, yet they weren't able to find anything resembling a murder weapon within the theatre.
Oh, it was the one that can manipulate ice, wasn't it?
I don't know, you'll find out.
It was.
Honest-
Whacked him with.
It was.
You'll find out.
It was
You'll find
because of the
out.
water on the floor.
Yeah, so
Unexpected-
what they've done is
If it was tea, they would have said it's tea or coffee because, you know, she's like, oh,
it was
I'm
water on the
drinking
floor though.
water.
When they said there was water
And
on the
they
floor, I
can't find
assumed that there
both.
would be been like a vase tipped over in the picture,
Anna,
but there's
we've
no
got
vase
this.
tipped
Anna,
over in the
Anna,
picture.
we've got it on the money. We've got this.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be the ice person. They will have
It's
come
gonna be
in,
the ice
made
person.
something out of ice,
God, you
whacked
can't
him
have
with
shit
it, and
all
then
of us
left it,
around.
and it's just going to like melt.
I know.
On inspecting the body of the deceased, there's no question that the murder weapon was large and heavy. It would normally be impossible to hide such a weapon.
I feel like I've just had like a fucking think brain blast moment. Like my head is so big.
It
right
was
now.
then made clear that one of the staffers used a skull to carry out the murder. That's when the police classified this as a Fino manner.
And it was
Oh, wait,
the ice
Marko.
person- What?
Marko, what if it was two of them? What if it was the ice one
And it
and
was
the fire one?
one because then they melted the ice to get rid of it. Oh my god.
Yeah,
we're
but they didn't melt it
amazing.
all the way, which is why.
It has to
Oh.
have been. Oh my god.
It was then made clear that one of the staffers used a
Crack
skull to carry out the
on
murderer.
If I could
The
dap
murder.
you up, I would right now.
I would as
That's
well. I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll see you
Oh,
tomorrow.
I'm not coming tomorrow.
Oh,
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay, I'll
I'll
dap up
have
for
one
you.
pass it on. I'll have you pass it on for you.
Yeah.
That's when the police classified this as a Fino manner, and the case was handed over to the Manor Affairs Division.
A disappearing murder weapon. I wonder what that could be. Finding that may be the key to solving this case.
If you've done reading up on everything, get ready to go. We're almost there.
Oh, we're so cracked. We're so into this right now.
Yeah, we are.
So the story is right. The ice person killed them by bonking them on the head with it, right? Tarted his head. And then the fire person melted it. And here's why. Because they're in love.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What about the footprints?
What if it was all three of them?
What if it was all three of them?
What if it was all three of them? She walked in the room and then like held them up with her manipulation because she can hold more. She can hold up to two objects at a time. So she held up the one that can manipulate ice and fire.
Open the view
She-
evidence.
Like carried them into the room and held them up.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
look at the evidence as well.
Can I zoom- I
The
can't
you
zoom
wanna-
in.
do you
where's
wanna
the
look at
Gala
her?
one?
Wait,
Yeah,
what's,
her
what's
style
that?
thing.
What's that
Galla's
though?
up here.
Okay, two.
It can't have
she held
been.
up maximum object weight 20 kilograms.
Can't have
That's the
been.
maximum
Able to
amount
control
of
two.
what you can lift.
Okay. So if they are shorter than 2 meters,
But they're
Wait,
an
so-
acrobat. No. Can't. They're an acrobat, so they can't touch.
Acrobats are really
No,
light.
They can't touch the floor. It was the ice person because then they did the thingy at the top.
Should we go into the investigation?
Gloved hand.
Should we go into the investigation?
Gloved hand. Oh my god! I've cracked the case. Oh my
oh, what about the
God.
square shape? The square shape
That's what
could
I
be
was
boxes.
thinking about. Because I thought it was like, but the ice person's an
Have you ever heard of
acrobat.
stage block?
Yeah.
Okay, have you ever heard of stage blocks though? Because they could have
Yeah.
done like
Oh my
stage
god.
block. and then done acrobatics to get out, and they
Oh
wouldn't have had
my
to touch anything.
god. We're so
And the-
cracked.
And then the stage shapes and the gloved hand leave afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're cracked. Okay.
It was the ice person.
It was the ice person because they're. Oh my god.
Seems like Fina and Brian beat us here, seeing as their car's already parked. I ordered them to secure the suspect and prepare them for questioning. No, you come with me to the scene of the crime. I need you to help me until those two get done with their job.
Okay, alright. It begins my first investigation with the man in the first division. The Atheno Manor. A seemingly impossible incident involving the supernatural. Yet, there exists. What do you want about?
There exist clear rules that
Yeah, supernatural powers and must follow. Everything is documented. I can't forget that. I need to take up.
Are you liking the game so far?
Yeah.
I told you you'd enjoy it.
Me and Anna figured it out just like that.
So smart.
Oh, you're convinced you're right then.
Yeah. We solved it.
So you think it was the fire and the ice person together?
We've solved it.
Okay.
No,
I think it was a...
yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Case
I love how
one.
neither of you thought that the block could be ice.
Backstage. No, because
No, because if the blocks were ice, then it would have melted and
it would have
like
made square
even
square
more
wet spots on the
puddles.
floor, and there was none of that.
And the fire guy couldn't have...
No, stop putting me off here.
He couldn't have dried it or something?
No, never.
No, because there's
I'm
only
trying to
one
join in
wet
here.
patch.
No, because they would have burned the carpet.
Yeah.
This is the scene of the crime. The officer, the victim, Houdin, also listed as the
Houdini.
lounge. Houdini.
Houdini.
My bad.
Quite
Thank you.
luxurious.
Thank
Quite
you.
luxurious.
She does
for
call
a
him Note
lounge.
as well. She's quite bad with
I
names.
love that.
Because the room's so spacious, they must have decided to use it for more than your average lounge. They say the victim spent most of his time here.
And our culprit must have also known to come here if they wanted to find the victim.
We're going to look for clues here. Give me a hand.
But I thought Detective Brian was already finished Oh, but I thought
It's okay.
But I thought Detective Brian already finished his investigations of this room. Do we really need to
We do. Just like there are certain pieces of trace evidence only Brian can see, there are other clues that will only show up for me.
Like what?
Come to think of it, I haven't told you my skill, have I?
Now that you're saying
Is it something
so,
to do with blood?
I guess you're a stuffer too. What on earth sort of skill might you have?
Contact memory recall. Yeah, you remember this because I told you about it.
Yeah.
I can remember the
Ooh.
memories of. I can read the memories of items with a single touch. It's commonly known as psychometry.
Psychometry.
Psychometry, yeah.
You can read the memories of items.
Yeah, I think I described this as Ango has it in Bungo Stray Dogs.
I don't
Where
really
you touch
follow.
something and then you know what the thing has been through.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think it might be better to show you. You see that teacup on the table?
Yeah. No shit.
I have a great deal of suspicion about that cup.
Is that so?
Indeed. It was right next to the body, meaning it could have been poisoned, no?
No.
He was killed from a blow to the back of the head.
But wasn't the victim bludgeoned to death?
So I shall read into the memories of this suspicious teacup.
She's just ignoring me now.
It could have been drugged,
Wow.
have him fall onto the desk and then
Wow.
smack him over the head.
Good, I've read them.
Shapes and colours. You already done? You've used your skill?
What, did you think I was going to start glowing or whatever when I use my skill or something?
Yeah.
That's rather ugly stereotype people have when it comes to staffers.
The thought never crossed my mind.
You probably didn't sense a thing, but just a second ago, the events this teacup experienced the past 72 hours just flashed through my mind. Out of all the events of the past 72 hours, one or two memorable events remained planted in my brain.
Memorable events?
For example, with this particular cup, it's worth noting that not a single memory of someone's lips touching the rim of the cup remained. That means no one drank coffee out of this cup for the past few days.
Gasp! So, even if the coffee had been poisoned, the victim had no chance to drink it.
Seems so. Though we know the victim was bludgeoned to death, so that was never a possibility in the first place.
Of course.
Yeah.
The thought never occurred to me.
Do you understand what exactly my skill entails now?
I do. But if your skill allows you to read the past of different objects, couldn't you just read the face of the culprit from an object's memory?
I cannot. Sight isn't an option.
Huh.
There are only 3 senses I can get from an object. Sound,
Ah.
smell, and touch. I can't get read on anything besides those 3. Put it more simply, the cup doesn't have eyes, does it? It's sort of like that.
What if he
It doesn't
touched a
have
corpse
ears,
and did
nose, or
that?
nerves either.
Well, the corpse isn't an object, so...
It technically is.
Technically, it kind of is.
Since there's no
It
visual
kind of is.
information, the past I can siphon off is quite fragmented. Yet what I can read helps out the investigation a great deal. When Lady Luck shows her beautiful face, I can even hear the voice of the culprit.
In those cases, I bet you can find the criminal in a heartbeat.
We can. Not bad, huh? So, shall we begin our investigation?
Oh, please let me click and press and click and press.
I'll read the memories that remain in this room. You listen to my explanations, take note of the parts you think are important, and fashion them into a document. Use this.
It's called a memory survey. So this is the document recording the past memories left at the scene of the crime.
You gonna pull the pen out you had to write stuff with now? No.
Yeah. There's a limit to the. I need to see him take that pen out of his hair. There's a limit to the.
I hate to disappoint you.
Oh.
He never does.
He never does. Oh.
At least in what I've played.
Oh. There's a limit to the information we'll be able to glean from the past. Yet this document will let us see the whole incident from a new perspective.
Well then, let's begin.
Let's review.
To find the information that will be most useful to us, the important thing will be selecting which objects to survey.
I hope so too. Yoo-hoo! So let's start with the fact that the wedding was a total bust. It was. It's just like going didn't pay off quite like we discussed. You mustn't think that going to a wedding to support your friends would have any sort of self-serving end. I know, but how that more than just hello.
Sides, you know, it's like, let's review. Okay, let's do
review.
it. We read the whole way through.
I hope so too. Yoo-hoo!
Like,
So
let's review. That's what I'm quoting it from.
Okay. I haven't seen Sandicides in ages.
Oh.
Okay, now you can actually look at the room and see what everything is.
Memory of pot.
Memory of
Alright.
the water.
I'm going to use my scales to back off for a moment. The flower pot on the table fell off due to an intense tremor, which is how it seemed anyway, so there wasn't much point in reading that.
So this fell off the table due to an impact caused by the culprit. At the very least, we can tell that the flower didn't live on and keep moving. Was that too much? I felt it wrong when I was saying it.
No, you're actually right on the mark. A while back, we caught a staffer who was able to control plants. The staffer manipulated the growth of vines to strangle her victim.
I can't even tell a silly joke in this city. He just wants to be a silly guy. Carpet. There's a water stain on the rug there.
At the very least, we can tell it's not blood. Shall I get a read on it?
Yes, please.
Feels hot. Then slowly the moisture spreads and that smell. Is it black tea?
It's not water.
Theory debunked. Sorry, guys. Okay, it might.
New theory. She froze the black tea and then tarted him over the head with it.
After the liquid pooled, someone crossed through it. Thinking back to the footprints in the trace photo, that might have been Julia Geller.
It didn't smell anything, so was the sergeant catching a smell from the past?
After smelling the black tea from the memory, I suddenly feel like having a cup myself. Would you make me some later, no?
I don't know how my tea would taste. I'm not much for tea.
Are you being serious?
I am. I prefer coffee to tea.
That's because you haven't tried a cup of genuinely scrumptious black tea.
I'd rather save the money on that genuinely scrumptious tea and buy a cup of genuinely scrumptious coffee instead.
You have no intention of changing your mind on this, have you?
Nope. I mean, maybe.
Someone didn't watch the tea consent video. Well done. Next time we meet, you may find that we are enemies.
Is this really that important to you? So,
Oh my God.
New theory.
If it's black tea.
But then
Okay,
why
wait.
Why is the teacup intact? Who put
I
it
don't
back
know.
upright?
She did say it had been there for days.
That cup doesn't look suspect at all. It suffered a manner of disgrace, but at the end of all that suffering, its integrity was shut up. Miss Julia Geller was the one who brought this when she first came on scene, right?
Seems likely. I don't think she was lying when she said she was bringing him coffee the moment she discovered the body. The
Wait,
problem
coffee
is,
and tea are different. And that cup's only ever had coffee in.
well, that cup has.
It's a teacup.
That cup has had coffee in, but not tea.
So where did the tea come from?
So where did the tea come from? Yeah.
I think she froze the tea and twatted him over the head with it.
Yeah, but then why was it hot? It should have been cold because she froze it.
brewed it. The fire guy got it.
No.
God, is
Okay.
He melted it so it would not be there, and they
this is
thought they
fun.
were slick.
This is fun. This is so much fun.
They thought they were being
my
sneaky
God.
about it, but I've got them.
The problem is that earlier 7:30 visit. Why did Geller visit the scene of the crime before bringing him coffee, and why hide the truth from us?
I did say that we shouldn't point the finger at Miss Geller for this, but I also can't help but be suspicious.
With how things stand now, the person most likely to commit the crime is still Geller. Unless we find some other possibility, the blame will likely fall on her in the end.
Oh, do I have something to tell you? I know exactly who did it.
What about that suspicious-looking bag?
Bookshelf.
You've not looked at the sculpture yet.
Bookshelf.
And Anna's been asking about
Bookshelf.
it. I see quite a number of books that look difficult to comprehend.
I bet there's a whole lot you need to know to run a theatre. The victim was sure an outstanding person. I bet you he was a fucking asshole, and that's why they killed him.
You want me to read into it and see if that's the truth?
Uh-huh.
That's not right.
What is it?
I've read into the memory of this bookshelf, but I can feel no changes.
How far back into the memories can you go again?
As for specific memories, I can only go back 3 days, but if I'm just skimming the surface, about a month.
Must have been busy these days.
There are quite a number of people who view books in terms of adding to the look of the room.
There are much cheaper decorations. So, nobody touched it. Never mind.
1 second, there is one that's been moved recently.
Which book?
Poker for Pushovers, intermediate level.
So he's a gambling man.
Why are
Don't
there
need to look
darts
into that
on the
one.
dart? Why is there cards on the dartboard?
You need cards to play poker.
Exactly.
I'm figuring it out.
Can you please look at the statue?
Sorry,
I can feel
sorry,
Anna itching
sorry.
through the screen.
I'll look at it next one. Sorry, I got distracted.
I just keep staring at it. I'm just
I can feel
staring
her
at it on
going
the
to speak
screen.
up, saying, "Look at the statue! Look at the statue!"
I'm sorry.
Dartboard, probably not related to the crime, but shall we read into it? It's got darts stuck in it. However, they
really.
weren't thrown by any normal hand.
They were thrown by somebody who can throw objects. I wonder who that was. The ice person.
It was something stronger, almost like they were shot out of a gun.
Oh.
Not just darts in it either.
These are playing cards. For instance, the King of Spades. Because you don't know what playing cards are now. They don't have those in Mexico, apparently.
New Mexico. The only get playing cards is a dartboard.
Well, magicians can throw cards like they're weapons. At least that's the image I'm getting.
It can't have been the cards.
No, you got hit in the back of the head by a fucking blunt object.
The book. I'm not seeing that, so don't go framing it. Cry out.
Please look at the statue. There you go.
Thank you.
What is art exactly?
RT. At the very least, it's not this hideous block of stone. Shall we read into its memories?
Yes, please. Thank
I
you.
see. Seems this was originally the bust of a human head. I can't tell you the original shape for sure, but I can guess it was made in the victim's likeness.
It's melted. It was the fireman.
The fireman. The fireman.
Fire.
Oh, but then why does it look so weird now?
The shape was distorted by an extremely high temperature. Someone burned the bust of the victim.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
How did someone manage that? It's not exactly a flammable material. You think it was our culprit who did this, but why?
Did someone confuse the bust for the victim?
Sergeant, no one would confuse a statue for a person.
You don't know that now?
what if they used the statue to like smack him with, but then melted it down so that it would get
That's
rid of the
what
evidence?
I'm saying.
Well, it might be possible if it had a cape draped over it.
Sergeant, no one puts a cape on a bust.
No, one day you're going to see a statue wearing a cape, and won't you be surprised when you do?
I'm not sure about that. But whoever made the bust like this was holding quite a grudge against the victim. At least that's one possibility.
What else have we not looked at?
The books.
Chair.
The chair.
Wait, so we've looked at...
Now there's only a set amount of things that you can get.
Oh, I think you can look at the feather.
Feather. It's up a feather. Chair or feather?
Feather.
Should I read into this feather? I heard the death cries of a bird as if it's being ripped apart.
Oh.
Sound of a blade digging into flesh. The feather was dropped with the flapper's wings.
Oh.
Oh no!
And this feather
Oh,
was dropped from a living
baby.
bird.
Since this is a theatre used for a circus, I imagine it came from a pigeon used for the show. Speaking of which, a dead pigeon was found during the search for the murder weapon. This feather is probably from that pigeon.
No.
Oh, poor baby.
The feather probably stuck to the body of whoever killed that pigeon and fell off whenever said person visited the scene of the crime. At least that's a fair assumption.
Do you think whoever killed that pigeon is our murderer?
Probably. Having a live pigeon on your person could interfere with carrying out a crime.
But a pigeon won't exactly bark like a dog or anything, so did the culprit really have to kill it?
Oh no, London pigeons bark.
Of course they do. I thought you were joking at first, but since the city has supernaturally gifted people in it, I feel like you might be telling the truth.
Of course I'm joking. The pigeons here are just pigeons.
Nah. UK pigeons are different. Different breed.
I'm
Pigeons
not
make
sure
me
if
sad.
creature pigeons can bark.
Creature. More fantastical jargon. The fact that the sergeant throws all this jargon around like the words are commonplace is quite disconcerting. Disconcerting?
Disconcerting.
Chair.
That's the chair the victim was sitting in. I'll read into it. Withdraw. I hear a man snoring. It's quite loud.
Sleeping pills. He was drugged and then killed by the ice wizard.
The ice wizard?
I thought we moved on to the fire guy because of the melted statue.
We're going back to basics. It was the
Basics would be the telekinesis girl.
No, second base. it's the ice woman.
It was all three of them.
Yeah.
As the snoring continues, I feel a large impact, and then the snoring stops.
The story stops.
The snoring stops.
The snoring stops.
Listen, no, I'm distracted, okay? Fuck off.
The snoring stops. He just turns away and he's like, fucking hell. That's
a technical term.
That's the snoring stops. That's the memory from the time the victim was
I
murdered.
didn't even go the snoring snops. I went the storing snops.
You went the
I went the storing snops.
The storing snobs. Play the metal pipe sound.
Seems that way.
The metal pipe.
Yeah.
Here you go. Any more?
We need to play that when we
Yeah.
find out how the guy died.
It was a metal pipe. That's what it was. It was a metal pipe.
No, just because he gets hit over the head with something.
Okay, I will play that
Seems
when
that
we find
way.
out how he dies.
Our murderer must have been aiming to take him out while he was sleeping.
No shit. Could you tell me what time that memory is from?
I cannot. I only know I only know that it happened roughly within the past 2 days.
Surprisingly, these are quite inconvenient supernatural abilities.
That's why we need a detective, bitch. Watch your tongue.
Fucking bitch.
They aren't supernatural abilities, they're skills. Terminology is
No,
important. Be
they're
careful you don't mess
skills.
it up. Right. As for the time of the crime, Brian's trace photo will be much more helpful than whatever I can give you. Shall we ask him to look into it later on?
No, let's look into it now. Oh, Brian. Dingling
we're done.
dingling the bell.
I think we've investigated everything worth looking into. You took a proper record of everything. This is a top-notch memory survey.
I think we found some oddities, but nothing with any clear connection to our case.
Don't be too disappointed. Give it some time, you'll start to see that the meaning behind the clues we've just discovered. Uncovered.
Still, I feel like we're missing something. Isn't there anything that stands out to you, Sergeant?
Well, if I had to pick one thing, maybe the ceiling?
Well, we didn't fucking look at that, did we? The ceiling. What about it?
Look up, you bellend.
They were on the ceiling because they were an acrobat.
You see? If you look carefully, you'll see there's blood on the ceiling. When we find blood on the ceiling, most often it means the victim and the assailant got into a physical altercation. The blood spatter usually comes off on the backswing of an already bloodied weapon.
But in this case, no trick. Sorry. The victim was killed with a single blow now. We found no signs of a struggle on the...
Precisely. Which is why that blood spatter feels out of place. I'd love to get up there and read its memory, but that would be no easy feat. Maybe it's because this is a theatre, but the ceiling's about 5 metres up.
Just stand on Nodric's shoulders.
He's only
It's
like 5 foot
because
5.
they're an acrobat that they can get up there.
Oh my
If-
god.
If there's blood on the ceiling, that means that it's an acrobat.
Oh, this is fun.
Or it could be the person who can defy gravity.
This is you, Anna.
Guys? Oh. Oh, right. Andy, Julia Geller is ready for questioning. Would you like to get started?
That voice, was that Detective Athena?
Oh, her voice is coming from me.
So a walkie-talkie.
Where will we carry out the interrogation?
We've got the suspects in the green room. The small dark space makes it perfect, don't you think? Why are they talking through a spork?
Sounds good. Give us 5 minutes.
Sergeant? What's that?
It's a spork. We use these instead of walkie-talkies?
So, it's a walkie-talkie shaped like a spork?
No, it's a spork. A cross between a spoon and a fork.
I know that much. But tell me,
It is a fancy spork.
why that is... You wouldn't see one of those at KFC, would you?
I
Why-
want that spork. I don't know why.
Why is Thena's voice coming from a spork? How exactly does that fucking work, Sergeant?
I'm not quite sure myself. After all, we can't be sure which objects will become staff.
Staff?
Ah, well, I guess you're not completely in the know. We call objects with supernatural abilities, like the spork, for instance, staff. Just like staffers, these objects are also phenomena.
And then staff is like
I've lost my fucking voice again.
the object version of a staffer.
In truth, staff is a
Okay.
human version of staff, but I mean, you got the gist of it.
Um,
Now you've got one too. If you want to get a hold of someone, just hold it upside down and speak.
But why does it have to be a spork? No case, no trick.
Did they get like...
I got his name right.
Did they get like a... sorry, right. Did they get like a box of magical sporks?
I guess so.
They
Or
got
was it just a
shifted.
spork?
No, they've got multiple.
How did they get a box of magical sporks?
I
Where
don't
did
know,
the-
huh?
Can I get a magical spork?
Okay, just
did
carry
get
on. I don't know what to say to this. Just carry on. Okay.
No, let's
I
not
want
do
to
it
make
like
one
that.
of those sporks though.
I
I want
should-
to make one.
Yeah. I should focus on the case.
No, you're going to play an active part in the interrogations as well now.
Oh, can I really?
It's important you experience a little bit of everything. I have matters to attend that require me to leave the theatre for a while. While I'm out, you go help Athena. Shut up.
Okay.
A little bit of everything.
I'm gonna give it a try. I'm not sure how it'll be much of I'll actually be much help.
It's true, we have no idea if you'll actually be of much help, but it's better than you not tagging along.
I don't think I'll be of zero help though.
You think so? Then I'll be looking forward to seeing what you can do.
Why do I feel like these two would
Not
get
too much,
shipped?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I ship them.
Well, that should just make me want to get
Honestly,
something done.
honestly, yeah. For a while now, I've been like, these two have just kind of like an underlying tension there.
Yeah.
He gave me more
Yeah.
of twink energy.
Oh, that as well.
So
well,
she can't be the top?
she could peg him.
What I'm trying to say is, I thought he was gay.
He's bi.
I think he's in his boy loser era.
Boy,
Oh
Girl
my
boss,
God.
boy loser.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah.
Detective Athena said that the suspects would be in the green room, right? Let's go see that. Oh.
He's the type to take his girlfriend to the shop, like the fucking car dealership, and they talk to him, and he's like, "Why are you talking to me?"
Yeah.
Trump Tower Theatre, temporary
Interrogation.
Welcome to the world of interrogations. It's rather admirable that you've dragged yourself all this way to help. No.
I guess the note nickname is catching on.
In the beginning, it was my job to decide on nicknames within the Man Affairs division, but this time it looks like Pandy Bear beat me to it.
Speaking of the whole Pandy thing, you're talking about Sergeant Pandoria Red Fins, right? Special name. I'm not sure I'm refused to call this a superior officer by a nickname.
A nickname is part of one's identity. It's what you need to survive when you work in this field.
And we actually find out that her full name is Athena, and not just Thena.
Oh, please. Please, yes.
What field is she working in where this is normal for her?
Excuse me, how long am I going to have to wait? I'd like to get this over with.
This woman. Is she Yulia Geller?
That she is. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, miss. I'm Trick Case from the Manners Affair Division.
No need for introductions. I won't remember you anyway.
Oh.
You're a staffer, right, Miss Geller?
I apologise if chat can hear my stomach.
You okay? Are you
Yeah.
hungry?
No, not even. I don't know why my body's making random noises.
Oh.
Whoa. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that was a thing. What did you press to do
Zoom
that?
in on his massive forehead. There we go.
What do you press to do that? Just right click?
Yeah. Oh my
Okay,
god,
wait.
I accidentally clicked it because my finger pressed down.
I didn't know you could do that.
Learned a whole
Wait,
new
hear me
thing.
out, hear me out. You know those like really cheesy scenes from movies where like the girl like lets her hair down and takes off her glasses and she's suddenly the most gorgeous thing in the world?
Oh, I need him with his bangs down.
Oh, but
Yeah, that's not Trick. Not Trick.
But Anna, if you're if you can't read a word, I can now just like
The zoom in feature. Yeah,
I
You need
can
to
get
do that very
Thank you.
like.
I can make it.
You need to do that like really. What's the word? Like patronisingly. Whenever someone gets a word wrong, you're like,
It's just-
can you see it properly?
Can you see that? But like if you
Look, I'll help you.
Yeah, look, what Trinity? You're a staffer, right, Miss Geller? I heard you were gifted with telekinesis.
You should have all my information since I gave you lot my bureau file from before. Can't you figure it out from what's written there?
With all this strange stuff, I don't know what that commission.
Sorry, this guy's a rookie. Could you give him a demonstration?
If I must stay back while I use my skill, you'll only make it harder to control.
Oh, of course.
Well, I could show you with this pen. Ugh. How's that?
Oh. Oh. That's it.
The pen's floating. Aren't you impressed? What more do you want from me?
How can I put this? Since it's less of a magic trick and more of an actual supernatural ability, I find myself quite disinterested all of a sudden. Would your audience members enjoy something like this?
Are you in your right mind? Of course I perform different stunts on stage. That was just to show you my skill. Amateur.
Miss Geller, I heard you're a clown.
I obviously put on a cheery act when I take the stage, but can you really expect a clown to act so ludicrously in real life? Chumps like you who can't distinguish fiction from reality are the reason Vladimir Nabokov caught so much heat.
I have no idea what that is. Sorry, Mr. Nabokov.
More importantly, I've already said all I have to say. Why am I here?
Miss Geller, you are here because of note here.
Give up.
This guy.
That one.
Huh?
We were just about to conclude that you were our culprit,
Sorry.
but Note voiced his objections.
Me.
In fact, Note's the whole reason you're getting a second chance. However, you should think carefully about what you say from now on, alright?
Alright.
Right up against the table, please.
Ugh,
Okay, that's weird.
No, she has to feel the vibrations like through the table.
Oh, okay.
'Cause- yeah, because she
Hey,
listens for the
no.
vibrations.
I thought she could just sense it in the air.
Huh?
It's good to be polite and all, but but now's not the time. A detective shouldn't be looked down upon. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, not that you've got the most polite way of speaking ever. So, Miss Geller, I've got a question for you.
Alright.
About the day in question, before you happened upon the body, did you see the victim at all? Since we already know everything, I think twice about lying.
Yes, I did. The ringleader called me in at 7:30, so I went to see him.
That lines up with the trace photo.
You have a photo?
No need to get into that. More importantly, we'd like you to tell us what happened at 7:30.
I'm sorry, but I'd rather not talk about what happened then. Could you give me some time regarding that matter?
No.
Okay. Then perhaps we should hear from someone else first.
The ice lady, bring her in.
Okay, very well then.
Wouldn't it have been better to pry a little further?
We can pry later. If we push it too hard, I'll have a hard time detecting abnormal heartbeats. More important than that now, you almost got us in a heap of trouble, you know that?
Huh?
The fact that we use our skills on suspects is strictly confidential. If they were aware of our skills, they could think up counters to them.
Ah. Sorry. Didn't think about that.
Seriously, I haven't figured out if you're a genius or a dunce. Watch your mouth, okay? If one of the suspects caught word.
Shit.
Excuse me?
So that's when I said it. Would you rather eat if it tasted like ice cream, or ice cream if it tasted like that?
If you're gonna change the subject, couldn't you pick a better topic? That's sort of gross.
That's all I could think of in the heat of the moment.
I have something to say before I feel like I started out a bit harsh. With everything going on, I've been a bit touchy, and thank you for the second chance, Detective Nodrick case. That's all I wanted to say.
Aww. Whoa, that's a development, huh?
She just thought it wouldn't be a bad idea getting in close with the detective.
Still, she heard you. She even remembered your name now.
True.
Quite nice to hear honest gratitude. After all, we don't hear it often.
Stop listening in, Detective Brian. Again with the fucking spork.
So, you bring in the suspects?
Indeed. Both of them are waiting outside.
Bring her in.
Great. Lead them in one at a time. Let's start with the bloke.
Fucking Christ, look at you.
Magician Frederick Vernon at your service.
Whoa, there's a hairstyle you could spot in a crowd. Could you lose your soul in a hand of cards to hair like that?
Like, what exactly?
No, have you still not seen his bureau file? Here it is, have a look. Frederick Vernon.
Vernon's seal is
Radial ignition.
radial ignition. Mm-hmm. Ignition means he can light fires, right? And does this mean part of it radiates outward from a central point?
Simple enough. Seems like
Sorry.
something you men would enjoy.
600 to 2,800 degrees Celsius. Yeah, oxygen-free environment. Okay. I don't know what that means. I'm just trying to seem smart.
Fires burn because of oxygen.
Ah!
So fires need oxygen to keep burning.
Not this guy.
Which is why you put blankets over fires to put them out, because it gets rid of all the oxygen.
Oh, what about grease?
Why does he kind of remind me of like a human version of Grilby?
Who's that
He
one guy
does.
from Monster
How do you
High?
say
Heath.
Heath, yeah. He does look like Grilby now that you mention it.
He does.
I think it's because he's flaming, he's got the glasses, and then he's wearing like an actual like suit jacket.
It's the outfit as well.
Yeah. And plus the like bored expression.
Yeah.
That is something you could see
I love the
Grilby
art
just like
style.
this stone cold face.
I'm just glad it's easier to understand than indiscernible object manipulation.
Most of my magic acts use my skill. Things like setting fire to targets and the like.
Sorry.
I'd love to show you, but that may be difficult due to the risk of starting a fire.
That's quite alright. There are those skillful enough to fool us about their skills, making it necessary to check them out. But since you troop members here at Trump Tower use your skills during your performances, pulling the wool over our eyes is impossible.
Still, can you really call using a skill a magic trick? Magic normally relies on illusions.
Even if I did magic without the use of my skill, do you think anyone will believe it was a trick? The city's filled with staffers. I decided that instead of trying my hardest to conceal my powers and be called a fraud, I'd openly show them. Thankfully, the response was satisfactory.
Something romantic about a man who can shoot fire out of his hands.
Is there?
She's trigger happy.
Oh, definitely.
If he liked a woman, he could light a cigarette for her with his pinky.
You could. That may just be your personal preference speaking. But,
Ah, sorry. Calling you in here so suddenly must be quite the inconvenience, yes?
no, it's quite alright. The man wearing the monocle provided me with a blanket and a spot of tea after turning on some classical music.
Tell Brian to stop giving out tea. Seems like the bureau treats their suspects quite nicely.
You'll get used to the word eventually. It's the man wearing the monocle who goes to strange lengths.
More importantly, I'd like to move on to discussing the case. That's why you called me, is it not?
Ah, should we? Then please, scoot in close to the table. Well then, could you tell me about the last time you saw the deceased?
If you'd like.
This is Mr. Vernon. Doesn't seem as hot.
He
Marko
does,
would
though.
disagree.
I disagree.
Speech review.
Sorry.
Where were
Yeah.
you zooming in there, dude?
Here.
I visited the scene of the crime about 8:30.
No, you didn't.
It was due to personal matters I had to discuss with the victim.
No, it wasn't.
I knocked on the door for almost 5 minutes, but there was no
Because
response.
he was dead. I wonder why.
Couldn't hear the slightest bit of movement from inside. So I just went back to what I was doing. I didn't go inside.
Didn't go check.
Couldn't have killed him.
Mmm.
Besides, there were no hard feelings between him and
There was.
I. That's all I know.
He took
Short
his
statement
bird.
that I imagined. He seems
That's why he's angry.
His bird.
He killed
His
the
pigeon.
bird. His pigeon.
short to say.
Why did we think it's
Yeah,
his?
it's pigeon. Can we call the pigeon polio?
Okay. Why are we naming it instead?
Okay. Short statement that I imagined. He seemed like he had a lot to say.
We can call the pigeon polio if you'd like.
Polio.
Yes,
Isn't
please.
that like some sort of disease?
It's an infectious disease
Yeah.
that killed many people. Yes,
I was
and
like,
it no longer really exists, which is why I thought that calling it pigeon polio would be funny.
that's mean. That's mean. Well, that's why you shouldn't judge based on appearances.
No, with a hair like that, you should be ending every sentence with a fire, or at the very least, you should add some passion. No,
Passion, no?
passion.
So ridiculously rude. It's almost admirable.
Anyway, first things first. Check out the statements we've got so far. No.
Miss me out. Alright, let's see here. I've got two new documents. Vernon's bureau file and his statement. I should take a close look at them. Since I'm not a staffer, the only thing I can do is help look for clues within documents written by others. Let's think. If I can find something worth noting and point it out, I might just be able to find another clue. Ew.
And we do detective stuff.
So, right.
Okay, so you're looking at the documents you've just got. I think if you drag it to the side, that's how you scroll. No, at the bottom. Or if I don't even know if you can scroll yet, because I don't think we've got enough to scroll. But So we've got to find.
So the bottom one is the bottom one is most likely to be a lie because the one above it used the kill statement.
Yeah.
And kill is like a more emotive word, so it's more likely that was just like from emotion, that the heartbeat was inconsistent. The rest of it is true though, so it.
So what are we looking for? Just like,
Anna was right.
say that again?
I was right. So the bottom one is most likely going to be the lie, and then the one above it is most likely just caused by emotion because it uses the kill thing, saying
yeah.
killed, which is more emotive. So the one above it is probably the heartbeat just probably moved because it was emotional. It was an emotional response, while the bottom one is more likely to be a lie.
So is it that then?
Yep.
That's a lie, yeah.
Yeah.
Locked in.
Locked in. Psst. Fuck Dina. In Mr. Vernon's statement, there's a blatant lie.
A lie?
Take another look at the witness statement. Do you notice anything strange?
Ah, you're right. I detected a normal heartbeat during the last line of his statement.
Mr. Vernon is much more calm than his appearance would have us believe, even though he wasn't talking about death. He detected an abnormal heartbeat, meaning he was lying.
Wow. Not even familiar with all the new terms, and you're already figuring it out faster than Thina using her skill. Stupendous.
The false part of the statement is, besides there was no hard feelings between him and I, right?
In other words, Mr. Vernon did have a problem with the deceased, huh?
That's right. We should get another statement regarding that part then.
He took his woman. That's how it
The woman?
Oh.
The woman.
Oh.
Right. I've had story time. This is how I believe things happened, right?
Have you considered asking about it?
No. This is how it happened, right? So
This is so incredibly entertaining.
he, right? This
Yes.
fella.
Yeah.
Mr. Frederick Vernon.
He
Rilby.
is dating the ice girl, and the ice girl got into it with him. And he
Got into Mr. Frederick, okay.
and he found out.
Yeah.
So he got a bit pissy about it, and he
So Freddie got
killed
pissy.
him. And that's how it happened.
Okay.
I've got it cracked
Okay.
down.
That's right, we should get another statement regarding that part then. Oh, I've already said that.
Is there a problem?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Vernon, you said there was no hard feelings between you and the victim, right?
Yes, that's right.
I'm sure you know the difficulties that may arise if we find out you're lying to us.
I have no idea what you're talking about. The ringleader and I weren't exactly friends, but there was no friction between us.
It's not going to work. He's going to keep dodging us to the bitter end.
Let me have a try.
Let me at him.
Let me at him. You're calling it quits there? You know it's an obvious lie.
But there's no use. If he finds out about my skill, he'll refuse to tell us anymore. In cases like this, it's best to find something that he can't talk his way out of.
Something he can't talk his way out of.
You've got to present undeniable evidence to the suspect. Evidence that proves the statement was a lie.
I've got evidence of my claim because it's in my brain.
Okay.
Evidence that proves his statement was a lie.
Things aren't all bad yet. We can't get another statement, but we know which part was a lie. All we have to do is find a clue that contradicts the first statement. So, do we have any evidence of the fight between our victim and Vernon?
Proof that Mr. Vernon's statement is false. In other words, we have to find that clue that Mr. Vernon was on bad terms with the victim, right?
So what are we thinking, guys?
The
He
feather?
took his bird.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure now.
Not sure because I've got it. You sure?
Okay, what if they don't like each other because he likes tea and like the other guy liked coffee, and that's how the tea ended up in his room because he went there and threw tea at him.
to be a bit pissy, and then he knocked himself out.
That's why he died.
That's why he died. Common conclusion. If I can connect that clue with the false part of his statement, I can bring Mr. Vernon's lie to light. As you look through the documents we're uncovering thus far, there may be a clue that tells us... Okay. conversation that he had with the deceased.
Okay.
Aha. I'm locked in.
So do you know what you're looking for?
No.
Have you... Okay, if you press on recordings, you can reread what they've said. So if you go to the bottom, proof that his statement is false. So, in other words, you've got to find something that proves they were on bad terms with each other. It's not in here. That is how you re-look at the question if it's not up there. So basically, you've got to look for something that proves that he was on bad terms with the victim. Do we have any
Is there anything?
ideas right at the start?
No. Oh wait. No.
I have a hint I can give you right at the start if you'd...
Yes.
Marko's shaking their head. Let me
No.
know,
Okay.
and I will tell you my hint. It's quite a vague hint, to be fair, but... Bro's locked in. Say what you're thinking, come on. Commentary.
So,
Um.
on 8:30, but then why was the door locked? Because he knew he always has a cup of coffee at 9 a.m. So
The door
why,
wasn't locked.
but he says that the no
He did
movement
say that-
inside.
He didn't say that the door was locked.
Shit.
He said that he knocked on the door and no one answered.
Why am I looking at her? I don't know why I'm looking at her.
The melted statue. Only he could have melted it.
But
And what was the statue of?
It was a bust of his face, like the victim's face.
that wouldn't prove.
It
Why would he
proves
melt
that he's
it?
got a problem with him.
It proves that it doesn't prove that he killed him, but it proves he's got an issue with him. Well done, Anna.
Thank you, Anna.
Hey.
And it says no.
You just had to see it to remember that it was like, yeah.
God, I feel smart now.
I wanna like. This is like, I love you guys, but I love looking at it and then hearing, but this is why, and I'm like. But I
Hello?
wanted to figure it out.
Oh.
You and Anna can
Sorry.
work together.
It's okay. I'm not bitching. I'm just like, but you know.
Yeah,
Tell
I
you,
get
you
it.
know, did you happen to see the odd decoration adorning the seat of the crime?
Huh? I think I saw it. You talking about that work of art that only people in the know could appreciate?
Work of art? Was there such work?
That's you sounding very bitchy right now. Yes.
You don't know? It's displayed right next to the bookshelf.
Of course, Mr. Vernon doesn't know. It's no simple work of art after all. It was a bust modelled after the victim.
Really? Then why does it look like it was swallowed up by the abyss?
According to the sergeant's investigation, somebody melted it down with a powerful flame.
Aha! Fire, huh?
Oh, bro, sweating.
How do you think that happened? It wasn't exactly a bonfire in that room, and there were no signs of the bust that... And there were no signs the bust was carried out. Is it even possible to make a bust look like that? Can we stop saying the word bust, please? The only way that's possible if it was done by a staffer with
Ignition.
Ignition.
skill. That's what that says.
That staffer must have absolutely hated the victim. The nerve required to make a bust of the victim into an abstract artwork.
Mr. Vernon,
Yes?
with you and the victim, things were bad, huh?
I'd like to apologise. I would like to apologise. My stomach's still making
Logical.
noises.
Logical.
I don't think the mic's picking it up.
Okay, good. Why lie? I'm sorry. I figured that if you found out I got into a scuffle with the ringleader, you might turn your suspicion towards me. I thought about being honest with you, but you're all...
Part of the Bureau, right?
Why does that matter?
You're right. Since I'm also a staffer, I figured showing any weakness in front of the Bureau, well, let's say I had a bad feeling about it.
I've heard that the Bureau has a bad reputation, at least at first glance. I had no idea people trusted us this little. It's not even it's not even a question of trust. I feel like Mr. Vernon is actually terrified of us.
I'm not completely unaware of what you may be feeling, but making false statements will only hurt you in the end.
I keep clicking the wrong one.
I'm going to write up a new statement. Will you be honest this time?
I will.
Speech.
No one could have gotten along with that man. He never had the greatest personality. It's only gotten worse these past few days. I'm aware that he's amassed quite the gambling debt, so I'd wager that's probably the reason.
Oh.
He was crossing the line with how much slander he threw our way, and Geller got the lion's share. The only thing he could do was jump high. So he asked a whole lot from the rest of us. We ended up getting into a yelling match 2 days before the incident. Nothing good was said, so I kept it secret from the others. That's when I got angry and burned the sculpture. Even now, I think I went too far. That's why I went to apologise to him the day of the incident.
Is this all I get out of him? Is he the one who forced you to style your hair in that weird way? That weird and wacky way?
Yeah, the ringleader took his directing role very seriously, to an odd degree. Forced me to act like I'm this character full of passion. At the end of every speech it's fire, or something similar that puts the exclamation point on what I'm saying. That's how Athena would have you do it.
No, it isn't. The thought never crossed my mind.
If I remember
God, you
correctly.
could have scroll. Okay, stop. Wait, no. Wait, up. It should be here somewhere.
Wait, go down. Stop. Yeah.
There you go.
Did too. If the victim was really like that, why'd you stay at the circus this whole time? There must have been a way to shift careers.
There was not.
No,
No.
fuck me, silly. Okay.
Oh.
No other troops would accept us, I can assure you that. Regardless, that's all I have for you. Sorry to disturb your investigation.
Shall we call in our next suspect then?
Please, 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 please,
I just
please,
did.
please. Oh,
Hello
my
there.
lord.
Careful.
Oh.
I know.
Hi. So this must be Miss
Are you okay?
Oz Aston?
Indeed. Oz Aston, Trump Tower's resident acrobat. Here's a bureau file, have a look.
Ah, thank you. From what I can see on your file, Miss Aston, your skill is a chain ice formation. Ice formation. That would be freezing water into ice, but what's the chain part about it?
Should I be Aston, or does anyone else want to be?
I say let Anna be Aston.
Yeah, because I'm aware I'm taking a lot
Ready.
of characters.
Okay. The range of my skill is less than a single centimeter. While I can really use it when it come into contact with water. However, once I use my skill a single time, it sets off a chain reaction forming an ice block up to 5 meters.
New idea. Going back to basics. She did it. She killed him. She got pissed off.
It's not basics.
Second base.
Okay.
So, wait.
She's got gloves. They all have gloves.
They do all have gloves.
New idea. She did it because of the block of eyes, and she's got... I feel like, I need one of the pointy sticks,
Yeah.
with the gloves on, it's just like the... It's just like...
Yeah.
I have to be careful.
God, our streams would be so much funnier if you had like a face cam. Because
Oh
the
my
way you
God.
looked at me then was comedic as fuck.
Did we read this?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you merely touch the surface of a pool of water, you can freeze up to like 5 meter radius?
Yes, and I've shown that exact ability up on stage before. However, I'm not able to freeze any liquid. My catalyst, the only liquid I'm able to freeze, is purified water.
It's water with nothing else in it.
So she can't have frozen the teeth.
No.
So I know that. Shut up. I see. I've got a general idea of her skill now. However, Miss Aston, unlike the previous two, has actually has a catalyst on her bureau file. I should probably keep that in mind.
Now that we're done with the introductions, shall I get to the main show?
The main show, huh? This woman is just as straightforward as Mr. Vernon.
All right, let's get to it then.
Let's get it.
Before you begin your testimony, would you mind scooting up close to the table for me? Of course. After all, I'm quite the cool character. Okay.
It'll make sense in a minute. She's so pretty.
She is so pretty. The fact that she's carrying around just like a bar of ice as like a lollipop. I went to his office only once. The time was maybe 8 in the evening. However, I didn't step inside. When I stopped by, the ringleader was sleeping.
She knows how to regulate her emotions, so she's not gonna have a mad heartbeat. Because she's a cool character.
Oh.
You'll see.
I was worried he'd get angry if I woke him, so I returned to our green room. A time after, I heard Juliana's screams. I sprinted to the office where her screams were coming from to find his corpse.
She's playing up.
Are you alright, miss?
Whatever could you mean?
So she's bipolar.
When you recalled the incident in question, it looked like you were trembling. God,
I
brain's
believe you're
fit. Sorry, I
mistaken.
have to
Such
say.
affairs hardly affect me.
I said this from the beginning now. Few people would use such affairs to describe murder.
Oz Aston, you seem to be quite a unique individual. You haven't touched that ice lolly you're holding, so why carry it around with you?
Perhaps. Mr. Vernon said he was acting out a passionate character on stage, right? Then maybe Miss Aston is also playing a character.
We're not exactly on stage, so why keep up the act? Besides, what character is this supposed to be? One with a split personality?
Since Mr. Vernon, with his fire, was made to focus on his passion, Miss Aston is probably acting a cool-headed character.
Think about it like that. I do feel quite sympathetic.
Detective Thena, what's the matter?
What's so funny?
Dear Lord, if I haven't figured it out, Miss Aston's lying to you. Excuse me? What manner of accusation is that? Miss Ashton, you said you'd never open the office door, right? Then how could you know the victim was sleeping? Well, there's a perfectly good explanation for that. The explanation is that you're the culprit. You stuck in while he was sleeping and killed the man. You must have lied about not
Also,
having opened the door.
I don't think a revolver would make that kind of sound.
You never know. I've never held one before, so
Yeah.
that's a rather hasty conclusion to make. And would you please work on that habit you have of whipping out your gun all the time? I can't say that.
Shut up. Quiet.
You know what they
I'd also
say
ask him
about
to whip
old
out his
habits.
gun, don't you worry.
Okay.
Detective thing is logic.
Can you please move this bottle before I hit you over the head with it? Yes, that one. That one down there. Guess that's with my face. Read your line.
Detective thing is logic. It seemed sound at first, but is it true? There aren't any clues that contradict her
Hypothesis.
That's what you did earlier. Let's print out a claim and check it against some of the other documents. If I want to support the or oppose, oh, I get it. I understand. Shut up, no trick.
Do you know what we're looking for?
Yeah.
Remember, you have to print this out.
Print. So. So, contradict her hype.
Yeah, so she's saying she couldn't have known he was sleeping because she didn't open the door.
What if he snored?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Do you have to click on Thena's thing about the door not having been opened?
Wait, can you?
No, because it's
Can you click on the
closed.
actual like snoring herd?
No.
Huh.
Try again. Hold on. Snoring herd. Do any of the statements say anything about hearing him snoring? Unpin the thing. Won't be Vernon because he said.
I couldn't hear the slightest bit of movement from inside.
No, wait, no, because it's the.
No, it is this. You do need the transcript. What does Gela say?
I have no clue.
I'll be so real with you. When I did it, I could have sworn it was that he was snoring.
Is it? Are you sure it's not something like you have to pin Thena's actual statement, or?
I'm great. No. But she must have lied
Read
about not opening the door. So yeah.
No, you have to oppose that because she's not lying.
Right. 1 minute.
Can you put he was
It never said that she didn't open the door, it just said that she didn't step inside. Okay, now I feel like a nutter for not picking that up.
maybe that she's got no abnormal heartbeat. I didn't step inside, there's no abnormal heartbeat there.
Okay. I'm cracked. Honestly.
Detective Thena?
I love Dina.
What's wrong? If you want too much admiration onto me, that might lead to some problems.
It's not that. I don't think she's lying.
What?
The part of Miss Aston's statement about not opening the door, she wasn't lying.
Huh? Why'd you say that?
Please have a look at the witness statement we just read out. When she said she didn't open the door, you didn't detect any sort of abnormal heartbeat.
Ah.
Indeed. If your claim were true, detective, you should have detected someone abnormality in her heart rate when she got to that part of her statement.
Alright. Then what happened? How did Aston know the victim was sleeping?
The reason Miss Aston knew the victim was sleeping, maybe it's because...
There we go, okay. Now we know what this bit is.
Now is it that he was snoring?
Yeah, so you just have to... There we go.
Oh, of course. That sound. What sound? His snoring. Right when I was about to open the door, I heard the ringleader snoring. His snoring was a thing to behold. So you hear the victim snores and knew he was asleep. You really expect us to believe that?
It's true.
Why are you doing this? Why only prove my claims wrong?
What am I supposed to say to that? When the sergeant read the memory of the chair at the scene of the crime, she said she heard the snoring. The snoring only stopped after there was a dull thud. The victim snoring right up until the moment he was killed. Or he was snoring, yeah.
Then I can see no logic that leads to any sort of falsehood in a statement.
Congratulations, note you passed the last test.
That was no test.
Could we just say it was?
Brian, the man you are.
Who did that? It was me.
Stop staring at tits.
He reminds me of Al Haytham.
Don't say that.
So isn't my name cleared for this now?
No.
It is. Sorry to have casted blame where it didn't belong. No, it's quite alright. As I said, I'm a cool-headed person, so it's natural for me to raise suspicion. Who's gonna tell her?
I should.
Hmm?
Miss Oz Aston, you don't look the least bit cool with what's going on.
Instead of cool, I'd go with somebody suffering from a mental breakdown.
Just the overall concept of carrying around an isolator to look cool is so one-dimensional, it actually comes off as sort of cute, no? How could you?
You're just acting cool because that's the character you play on stage, huh?
You're right. When the ringleader first saw my girl, he said, "So you can control ice, huh? Let's make you the Ice Queen."
Is that person?
It's Nikki.
Oh my god.
He said I
Looks like
had
she
to change
fucked
my
with a bitch.
personality, my attire, even the temperature of the green room to match that chill. That guy was insane, huh? I'm not the most skilled actress, so I try my hardest to keep the cool attitude, but it seems like it's no use.
I do believe we need to find out more about just the victim. Jean Henry Houdini.
Houdini! Could you give a statement about what sort of person Houdini was and what your opinions were of him? I'd like you to specify focus on the role he forced upon you. Okay, I'll try. Honestly, it was Yulia who suffered the most. But that's not to say she did anything to deserve that. The ringleader officer said, Yulia, I was tricked into hiring that girl. Yella can make things float, but only those close enough she could reach out and touch. If you really think about it, the leader's special ability had to do with the soaring through the air, so he must have looked down on her. Also, he always envied Vernon for being the most popular and tried to throw a spanner in his act. I guess they got quite the yelling match a while back too. He even tried to put his hand on me once. Fortunately, he was stopped right before hitting me.
And case closed. We've got our reason for the guy's death.
And now we don't. Now we don't bother with the rest of the investigation.
We don't bother. We let them get away.
We let them get away.
Free.
Sorry, Chief. Couldn't figure it out.
Sorry, Sergeant.
That's all I can think up right now. Could I leave now?
No. Yeah. Go on. Bye.
Indeed. You've put yourself through enough. Don't go too far, though.
Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Aston, my beloved.
The victim was absolute human filth. Honestly, I find myself thinking, I'm glad he was killed. Yeah, same here.
That's not something a detective should be saying. No one in this world deserves death.
I disagree. I have a list of people. Number 1, sperm donor. You're allowed to laugh, it's funny.
I did laugh. I very much laughed.
So untainted. O'Brien.
At the very least, the fact that he was murdered doesn't seem that odd anymore. From the statement we've collected, I can now see that each one of our 3 suspects had a motive for killing the victim.
Is there a single person in this world who deserves death? It's an interesting topic, but nothing we should be threatening about now.
What?
There's not a single person in this world who can truly hide a murder. It's the only important topic for the likes of us.
Yeah. Imagine! He's like a dog.
I've already forgot what voice I gave her.
Bitchy, formal, and rich.
Yeah.
All finished with the business you had to attend to?
That I am. Here, present.
Collateral.
Oh, here, a present.
Collateral? What's this?
The victim's bureau file. I found it in the nearest gambling den. Must have had urgent business to attend to. He left his bureau file as collateral. And the bureau if the bureau found out about that, he'd have a quick date with Sharon for a ride.
Not really surprised. I see that Houdini was a confirmed staffer. I guess that was enough, since they said everyone at Trump Tower was a staffer, huh? The victim's skill seems to have been that he was capable of object propulsion. So he was firing things. Oh, so yeah, that's why the things were in the boat.
Yeah.
Because he can do like that.
Looks like he was able to fire off objects within the range of him like rockets. The victim, like other suspects, maybe show off at Scotland Circus. But I mean, this bureau file won't be of much use with how things currently stand, so you can ignore that. More importantly, I was listening on the Spork. Have you still not gotten Julia's next statement?
No. We asked her about the visit at 7:30, but she said she wanted to make a statement about that later on.
Strange. Aston said she heard the victim snoring at around 8 o'clock. Even if Geller is our culprit, she couldn't have committed the crime at 7:30.
Maybe something happened at 7:30 that's difficult for her to talk about.
Sounds like you might know something.
That's right. Miss Aston's statement just a moment ago gave me a thought. Well, share with us, no trick. You know, like, why can't we think this? There's a document that spells out exactly what happened during Miss Geller's 7:30 visit to the scene of the crime. The answer is quite obvious when you stop to think about it.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
Shh.
If you think something bad happened to Geller, show us the information that proves what it was.
I want to try my hardest. I feel so
I'm gonna
shit
keep
for
my
just,
mouth shut.
for
I'm
just
just
sitting
gonna.
here.
Okay.
Aye, can I send you a message with something?
Yeah.
So,
I'll tell you whether you're right or not.
events at 7:30. Geller was reluctant to say that she met a victim at 19:30, considering Aston's statement that betrays us. Things to see what happened between them was unpleasant. So, well, where is it? So tricked into hiring that girl to make things float, but only this close enough she could touch out and reach right. Soaring through the air, so it must have floated down upon her. So we're trying to find out what contradicts Julia's from Aston's.
No, you're trying to find out why she didn't want to tell us that what happened at 7:30. So she was reluctant to say she met the victim at 7:30, considering Aston's statement and the trace we found at around 7:30. We need to figure out what happened between the two of them that she doesn't want to talk about.
So you need to look at the trace picture and that one at the same time.
So 7:30. So seven's.
Anna, you're along the right lines.
So footprints from Julia that left the scene at 7:30.
Yeah. No, the footprints
What's
were
the one
left
underneath?
They
were left at 7:30.
Okay. So
Look at the one underneath.
Yeah, if you look at the times and stuff.
He hit her because he almost hit Aston before, and it was like he looked down upon Julia.
Do you want to try comparing those two?
Yeah. So it was strong impact. It just.
There we go.
That's crazy. I knew it was something like he had done something to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised no one questioned what the mark on his hand was.
I didn't see it, to be fair.
Because but it's like it was out in the list, and then it was like, because I remember seeing it, and I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean he's got an impact on his hand?
I didn't see that, to be honest. I didn't realise it was there.
Miss Aston said the victim once almost struck her, correct?
That's right. Thankfully, he pulled back, so it remained that he almost struck her.
Because she.
What if that's why she's wearing the eye patch?
His favourite. The ice girl's his favourite because she's not done anything to wrong him yet. This is my whole thing. Where is it? So she right.
Mm-hmm.
He might have almost hit her before, but I'm guessing he's abusive. I'm guessing because he gambles and shit. He's probably a raging alcoholic. So he almost hit her. He got into it with him because
I wouldn't want to hit him either, to be fair.
Because he's taking all the spotlight from him.
Yeah, so he's jealous of him.
And he says she tricked him into hiring her, and he looks down upon her. So
okay, this is something that kind of irked me about Julia's design. Can you bring her up again, please? Okay, in this picture of her, she's not wearing the eye patch, like the thing across her eye, but when we see her, she's wearing
because
it.
She doesn't want anybody to know about. Oh, that's crazy.
There's something that's kind of irking me about her design because it doesn't match up the pictures. But like, I was thinking, it's probably just because you need like your face full on the ID.
That's crazy. About that, do you think it was really almost?
Excuse me?
If you take a look at the victim's hand in the trace photo, you can clearly see signs of an impact.
Now that you mention it, I did notice that. I thought it was strange back then, so I made a note of it.
Where is it? Because...
Next page, I think.
No, wait.
Oh.
I wanted to say something, but I forgot what I was going to say. Because she was talking about how she didn't want to go in the room because she was scared he was going to get angry about it.
Yeah.
And that's why. Because
he's known to lash out at people.
He almost hit her and he hit Julia. Bro.
What was it from exactly? A sign of a struggle?
No, we've confirmed that the victim was alive until 8 o'clock. The blow was struck before then.
Well then, where did the trace come from?
The trauma to his palm may have come from when he slapped someone, don't you think? People don't normally just slap an assailant when they're being attacked. There's a good chance this evidence is an
This is evidence, love.
unreciprocated blow.
No way, Aston said herself he never actually hit her. I didn't detect an abnormal heartbeat during that part of her statement.
That may be true. Miss Aston was never struck by the victim, but how about the other troop members? The blow was struck at 7:30, or 7:35. At that time, there happened to be someone else at the scene of the crime.
Oh, you don't say.
It was none other than the cloud of the Trump Tower, Julia Geller.
So when Julia Geller met the victim at 7:30, the victim assaulted her. You think that's the part she didn't want to discuss?
If you were a suspect in a murder case, you certainly would want to hide the truth regarding your conflict with the victim.
Also, some people hide the fact that they've been victims of crimes due to self-esteem issues.
Yeah.
Reasons aside, since you found out the truth, Geller now has no reason to withhold her statement. Calling Julia Geller.
That's crazy.
I'm uncomfortable.
Oh man.
What's the matter?
Miss Geller, let me be straightforward with you so we don't end up tiring each other out. You entered the scene of the crime at 7:30. Did the victim then assault you?
How'd you find out about that?
We have our ways. we rub these hands together. We have our ways. Does that mean you're admitting the assault took place?
No. We did get into a heated discussion, but the ringleader didn't lay a hand on me.
It would be wise for you to tell us the truth.
I told you the truth, he didn't. What might I have done for him to want to hit me?
Well, can't think of a reason why you might have resorted to violence. After all, such an action is beyond justification. Yet, as to why the victim held ill will towards you, we've heard a few things. And the reason the victim held a grudge against you, Miss Geller, might have something to do with it. Or to do with... Crap, no. Fuck!
I think it's along those lines, though. So it's probably something in that conversation.
Banger. I know it was either something to do
Yeah.
with him
Nice.
being envious or something. Yeah, okay. I love her outfit though. Where's the... Look at her outfit.
Yeah.
She reminds me of Cut of the Lamb.
Oh yeah, like a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see that.
I'm not going to do that actually because I've not seen the whole game. I was going to say, I wonder if you could find like her full sprite
No,
in the
let's
game
not.
files, but I don't want to in case there's a spoiler.
We heard that the victim often says that he was tricked into hiring you. Miss Geller, your skill is limited in a number of ways, thus there's a limitation to the number of stunts you're able to show us. Did those differ from the victim's expectations? Maybe that's why the victim...
He didn't hit me. He didn't. And would the victim of an assault ever say that?
She's sticking to her guns. Maybe this is about pride after all.
That thing must be stifling. Excuse me?
The eye patch.
You're not performing and yet you still choose to cover half your face? That mask. Do you normally wear it around?
Miss Geller, would you mind showing us your face? Could we see what's under the mask? Oh.
Please
Oh.
keep it secret from the others.
Oh, girly. Logical. Did the victim give you that bruise?
He did. And I'm sorry I hid it from you. I was afraid you might suspect me for the culprit. And more than that, I didn't want the other troop members to find out.
Why didn't you want them to find out? They know the victim was a bad guy, not you.
That's not true. I'm the bad one here.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, here are the details when she makes her statement. Please tell us about your relationship with the victim.
It's gonna come out like something like, "Oh, I'm his daughter," or some shit like that, and it's gonna be absolutely fucking crazy.
Okay, I'll tell you. Though I doubt it's the information you're looking for.
I kind of want to dress up as her.
Her outfit is really cool.
I like the ruffles
Yeah.
and stuff.
Like, that you immediately agree with me.
Yeah. At first, I was making ends meet by holding street performances. That's when I familiarised myself with the stunts I perform on stage these days. Then one day, the ringleader just happened to see those stunts and he asked me to come perform at the Trump Tower. It was later when I learned the ringleader was looking for a new troop member with telekinesis and mistakenly assumed that I used telekinesis to pull off my stunts. It was because of him that I found a way into the circus, but I was unable to manipulate faraway objects like he was hoping. I tried to hide the fact from him at first, but he ended up finding me out. It was natural for the ringleader to have a certain level of test towards me. I don't blame him for hitting me.
I do.
Mm.
Well, that statement came out completely different than I was expecting it to. First things first, when you say stunts, you performing on stage, what sort of stunts exactly?
They call me the jumping jester, but it's hard to put what I do into words exactly. Talking about this, I picked it up near the entrance to the theatre, a poster for Trump Tower, so the floating clown up here is you, Miss Geller.
Oh.
Aww.
Oh, they all slip. Fuck off.
They all like,
That's
they've
a
all got,
disgusting
like,
sight.
he's really
Yeah.
front center, really big image, and then those two have got two like evenly sized ones, and she's stuffed
Yes.
up in a corner.
So it's
I don't like that.
the jumping just. Oh yeah, that's kind of shit though.
Yeah.
Where are the cards for? Why do I feel like the cards are important?
They're always. It's always these two at the front. I feel like they're all card suits. So my interpretation is these are those two. He's diamonds, she's obviously club. Or is that a club? That's a
Clover.
club.
That's a club.
He's a spade.
Clover.
The clover.
Oh, wait, yeah.
He's a spade and she's the heart because they've all got card suits on them.
Oh, that's cute.
So that's those two in the
Aw.
background and that's him overshadowing her. So she's up there, he's right there, and then you've got those two.
That's really cool. I didn't think of it like that.
I love card suits.
I
man.
didn't think about that, but that's really cool.
But like I was looking at it and I'm like, she's red and shit and she's got like hearts on her and stuff. He's got the spade there, she's the clover and he's the diamond.
Yeah.
They're all card suits.
Because I noticed he had the diamonds on his buttons. But
And what was the card suit that he threw at the dartboard?
I don't remember.
It was, what did she say? It was...
I don't think we can see. You'll
I
have to
think
zoom
it
in.
was
It's, no, because she said something like, it was the king of spades.
one of them was a king.
Oh yeah, spades.
Yeah.
It was the king of spades, and then I think it was a heart. So, how fun is that? Did we...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. I jump as high as I can into the air and then use my skill to stop in midair. As I repeat the jump over and over, I can climb higher and higher. Once I'm up there, I put on a show like I'm about to plummet to the ground. It's all about eliciting the best reaction from the audience.
Definitely sounds quite complicated. I better take this poster with me to keep it fresh in my mind. Also, there's one more detail that concerns me. You said you didn't think much of the victim striking you, right?
It's not that I didn't think much of it, but I can understand why he did it.
You understand? Was he prone to using violence with you? I wanted to ask outright, but she's completely serious about what she said. But I'm quite sure that's the case regardless. After all, there were zero abnormal heartbeats detected during her statements.
This place, Trump Tower, is the first place where I felt I really belong. All the other troop members share the same wounds as me.
The same wounds?
Even if I were to explain it to you, Detective Case, I hardly think you'd understand. From the moment we're born into this world, every event we staffers go through forms a wound we carry with us. I understand how and why the ringleader became the person he was. It's the same for everyone in this troop.
I doubt Mr. Vernon and Miss Aston would share their sentiment, or share her sentiment.
Trip Tower is everything to me. Yet I deceived the people here. It only follows I should be punished for my deception.
can't read her heart rate because she's not touching the table, but as a seasoned interrogation expert, I can tell you that those aren't the eyes of a liar.
I just don't understand. It turns out everything that happens at 7:30 was as expected, or I expected. However, it's hard to say that any of this counts as progress. Something makes me feel like I only know a bunch of information that I don't really care to know. I just hope the next statement we just obtain gives us something to go on during investigations. Fucking hell. No trick. Makes sense. Speaking,
I think this is looking like a one case per stream kind of game.
Definitely. How long have we been streaming for?
Yeah.
It's been like...
It's nearly 1 in the morning.
It's been like a good 2 hour.
Oh god.
And then this is me. But,
Click on my...
nearly 3 hours.
3 hours is crazy.
I think we've heard all we're going to from our suspects. So, have you solved any part of this riddle?
Sure that neither Mr. Vernon nor Miss Aston stepped foot in our crime scene that day, though they both got all the way up to the door.
When you're dealing with staffers, murder from a distance is not out of the question. Just standing in front of the room is enough to raise suspicion.
When we really step back and look at it, the problem is we still don't know how the victim was murdered. After all, we haven't found our missing murder weapon.
But we've got a good deal of clues to go on. It's time we started bouncing ideas off of each other.
Even if we do start bouncing ideas off each other, which ideas should we start with?
First off, we require a means of identifying our subject. Suspect. Brian, you remember the favour I asked? Ah, speaking of that case, I mean, it's no now, right? I have something for you.
You really don't need to crit yourself there. Banger. Is this another trace photo? So...
I like the fact that they're just giving all of the little things
they've
to note
always
and
been
expecting him to figure it out.
But like, it's better now that they're numbered, so I know.
They've always been numbered.
I know.
That's right. It's a photo I took from in front of the ringleader's office. Excuse me. Place with a lot of foot traffic like Cora does, it's hard to identify specific footprints, but there weren't many people who stopped in front of the door. Because of all our suspects routinely wear gloves, we had no fingerprints, but we were able to identify the footprints from their foot sizes. From that,
We can get an estimate of when the victim was killed.
you do catch on quick. So, let's make sure this matches the information we've collected thus far.
First off, we've discussed the set of footprints Yulia Geller left at 7:30 more than a few times. Yeah. These were the first.
That's when Geller was assaulted by our victim, yet it doesn't seem as though Geller holds any sort of grudge regarding that.
As for the next set of footprints, bing! At 8 o'clock, as Aston swung by the room.
According to her statement, she didn't enter the room.
However, she did say that she heard him snoring, which we were able to prove that statement true, though Detective Venus' skill. Yeah. That's what it was.
She said that she didn't step foot in the room.
And she heard him.
She could have still entered and not put her feet down.
She said she didn't open the door though.
Showing that the victim was alive up to that point. Miss Aston was the last person to witness any sign of the victim was still alive. Frederick Vernon visited the room at 8:45. He tested that he came at 8:30, but it seems like he was off by like 15 minutes.
Vernon says he knocked, but there was no response, thus we cannot confirm nor deny whether our victim was still amongst the living at that time.
I'd say he was dead by the time Vernon came in because Aston heard snoring and it was loud and it only stopped when he was dead.
Yeah.
So if Aston heard it and then Vernon didn't hear the snoring to say that he was, because he said that he had heard nothing inside whatsoever, then he must have been dead by the time that Vernon showed up.
So we're all in agreement to say that he died in his sleep.
Yeah.
So somebody snuck into the room and killed him in his sleep. And
Yeah.
that's why nobody heard anything until Yulia screamed. Right.
Yeah, because if you remember the memory survey,
It said that it was just quiet and a loud thud.
it said he was snoring and then it only stopped when they heard the loud thud. So he was snoring up until he died.
Right.
Yeah.
The last set of footprints were made
If
at 9
Aston-
o'clock. What?
And if it was loud enough for Aston to hear it, and like it said that it didn't quiet down at all, if Aston heard it, then Vernon should have heard it, and if Vernon hasn't heard it, then he's dead.
Yeah. And at 9 o'clock, these were made. These were made when Yulia Geller came upon the body of the victim.
After that, Aston and Vernon reached the scene of the crime, but I decided not to mark the points since they aren't pertinent to the case. There's...
Uh-huh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
My brain just went, what?
It's because it's late.
There's one other piece of trace evidence that stood out to me, so I marked it on the photo, but that's a matter for a later time.
A square-shaped imprint.
Yeah. When we put all of that information together, we can estimate the time of death of the victim. Somewhere between Oz Aston's visit at 8 o'clock when the body was discovered at 9 o'clock, somewhere in that 1 hour window the victim was murdered.
I'd say 8:30.
Was he...
Because that's when the box imprint is, and I feel like it's got to have something with the boxes.
But what's the box? Because it says it's way after the whole... Because it says that... I'm not... That's like 9... That's 9:30, isn't it?
That's 8.
8.
That's
So-
8:30. And that's 15 minutes before Vernon showed
So
up,
is
so
that-
it would give them plenty of time for him to be and run away. It could be.
So is that going into the room or leaving the room?
It could be the same thing. So it could be like. Okay,
Like
it could be
stepping
Geller
stones.
has gone into the room like on a box and like hovered it and then dropped it and then hovered it and then dropped it like that
Yeah.
to get
but-
into the room, smacked him over the head with it and like exited the same way.
But since she didn't go inside the room, wouldn't... Because there's no footprints to say she went inside the room. She stopped at the door.
No, that's why I said Geller. The clown.
But-
The clown is the only one that we can say for certain went inside the room. The other two confirmed that they didn't.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is she stopped outside the room. We don't know for how long. It's just because she's got no walking back footprints. So she just stood there.
Oh.
So she stood there for about 30 minutes and then she got... Because she has ice magic. And she makes cubes.
She can only make them if she's in contact with them, though. Like, she can only freeze the water if she touches it.
We're sure
And she
that
can only
that's
freeze water.
That's tea.
tea.
Yeah, we confirmed
The
that was tea.
vase, it's got purified water in it. Because it's just water in a vase. So she's knocked it over. Somebody's knocked it over. And who could have knocked it over other than her when she got slapped? She fell into it.
Yeah.
Am I going bonkers here?
I feel like
Do you
you're
want the honest answer?
losing the
Yeah.
track.
Is that how it happened?
No.
Fuck.
My one qualm with that is how would she have reached the water from the door?
She has to touch the water for it to freeze.
Then she had water with her because it's up to every cubic 5 meters.
That is a valid guess. That is a valid guess.
Yeah, but it's wrong.
I'm not telling you. I've stayed quiet this whole time. I'm not telling you anything.
Let's carry on. Great, we've got a time of death, so that counts as progress in the investigation, right?
No. I can't
No.
agree with you on that. After all, each of our suspects visited the scene within that 1 hour window. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I guess we still don't know anything. I was just about to disagree with myself. We're still clueless, huh?
What's wrong with her? Just don't mind her.
I see. Well, the last person to confirm our suspect was alive is Miss Aston. So the first The first to confirm his death is Miss Geller, and Mr. Vernon dropped in the time between. The fact is that all three suspects can still be suspected of the crime means nothing has changed.
How unfortunate. If we could narrow down that window of time, we might be able to narrow down our list of suspects.
What if the victim was already dead when Vernon was at the scene of the crime? What if we had some way of proving that?
If we were truly able to do that, we could clear Geller's subsequent visit and all suspicion it was her.
Yeah, it's not but wishful thinking.
Snoring.
Is it though? No, what do you think?
Huh?
The snoring.
Me? Well, I think it's nothing. Is there nothing I can raise an eyebrow at? Oh, I'm fucking tired. Is there any clue we've collected so far that can lead the truth to a suspicion? Have you considered how Miss Aston was able to confirm the victim was alive? Maybe we could make use of the opposite.
So we know what
So
this
it's
one
the
is.
snoring.
Yeah, so it's the snoring.
Thank God.
So it's where is it? Is it the wrong one? So it's this one, yeah?
I don't know exactly which one it is, but
It's something.
I know.
What?
There it is, it's the
Oh.
one.
I knew it was the snoring, but I didn't know which exactly
Yeah.
point it was. Like I don't know whether you had to tell Vernon that. Oh, it wasn't.
I thought it was going to be Vernon's thing about it being dead quiet.
When Mr. Vernon visited the scene of the crime, he said that he couldn't hear even the faintest rustling from inside. Moreover, we didn't detect an abnormal heartbeat when he said that.
Indeed. Thus, we have no way of knowing whether our victim was dead or alive at the time.
That's not true. There's a high possibility the victim was already dead at that time.
What? What? How can you say that without any certainty?
Memory survey. When Sergeant reads the memories of... It doesn't tell us what time he was snoring.
No, but it tells you that he was snoring up until he died.
Yeah.
So Vernon showed up at, what was it? Fucking 40, was it?
Where is
Something like that.
Yeah, 8:40.
45.
it?
And he
8:45.
said it was dead quiet.
Mm.
So he didn't hear snoring, which means the victim was dead.
So by 8:30, he died.
Well, we assume so, with the...
There's a 45-minute window from at the end of Aston, when Aston got there, to when Vernon showed up. So there's 45 minutes. And I would assume that it would be the 20-30 thing. But yeah, you've got 45 minutes for the murder to take place in.
45 minutes. Ow.
Sorry, where did that go?
So,
I dropped my washi tape that I was playing with. It rolled, I heard it roll. I don't know where, but it rolled.
it was... Oh, fuck, ow.
My eyes are starting to go funny.
Yeah, it's very late. How long does this go on for?
I think we're past halfway through, I think.
Right. So, here's... Okay,
I don't
so...
remember how long it actually...
Right, so... Yulia, right?
Yeah.
That's the time she left,
Mm-hmm.
because she got in.
Mm-hmm.
It was on here. Where is it? Here. So 2. She's gone up to where he is.
Yeah.
She got hit, so she went back out. That's hers. That's 7:30.
Yeah.
So she got hit at 9:30 and 7:30. She went out at 7:30, and then Aston comes along.
Yeah.
Aston's number 2.
Aston comes along. She stands there for a good 30 minutes
Yeah.
if she hears him sleeping.
Not 30 minutes.
30
She just stands there,
minutes.
hears him sleeping, and then walks away.
Yeah.
But
As far as we know.
where's her footsteps going backwards?
You're overthinking that part.
I'm not.
You are.
I'm so
I
not.
promise you are.
But like,
If you hover over Aston, does it tell you that? No, it doesn't. Okay. But yeah, so
And then-
Aston did leave.
okay, Aston leaves. Then she comes back.
And then,
So
and then Vernon shows up at 45 minutes later.
so we're saying square-shaped thing
Mm-hmm.
goes into the room, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it's a block of ice. How do
Okay.
we know that it got there? Don't have a clue. Probably some purified water. But so that so square shaped thing comes in. Probably leaves by doing stepping stones.
Mm-hmm.
And then about 30 minutes later Yulia comes back in. She sees him and she's like, oh,
Oh my
my god,
God.
he's dead. No, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Should we go back to the story and?
1 minute, because how does that make sense though?
What do you mean? How does that make sense?
Is that the time left?
That's when the evidence was left, not what time they left. So the footprints were left at
7:30.
Yeah.
7:30.
But then why does
And
that
she
say
left.
7:35?
because that's the hand.
Aye.
So she came in at 7:30. He hit her, and then she left.
Okay. Memory survey. When Sergeant read the memories of the chair the corpse was found in, she heard the victim snores.
Yes, and the snoring continued before cutting out at one particular moment. Right. And what moment might that have been?
The moment the victim was killed.
Isn't that obvious? Do you know Do you know of any dead people who can snore?
This important part isn't that the victim stopped snoring. What's important is the fact that the snoring continued until the moment the victim was killed.
Ah, I see. If the victim was still alive when Vernon dropped by the room, he would have heard the snores coming from inside yet.
Yet he didn't hear a single sound. In other words,
When Miss Vernon stopped by at 8:45, it was after the victim had already been murdered.
that means any suspicion we had of Geller and her visiting the scene after are cleared.
No, that's not right. Yulia Geller's skill is indiscernible object manipulation, so basically telekinetic, no?
No,
Even if she's not standing right in front of the door, couldn't she have killed the victim through a wall or something?
because she only has 2 meters, and she only has. That's like
165 seconds.
3 minutes.
60 seconds in a minute.
A bit over 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2.5 minutes ish.
So from the time that he went quiet, when so we're
I
saying
think it was Aston,
are we saying
not Aston, Geller.
we're saying about that's 9 8 around sorry, I'm so bad with times.
Me
So,
too.
So he died about around 8:30.
Yeah, he
Mm.
died somewhere between 8 and 8:45.
But she heard snoring. I'm going crazy. It's okay.
I think it was Geller.
About that, I don't believe Miss Geller could have killed the victim from a distance.
You waiting for now to say that? No, the reason we weren't able to prove Yulia Geller was the murderer was because of the strange way she approached the victim and the possibility of murder from a distance. Is there a reason for you to change your heart? You change it to what?
After arriving here, the things I've heard so far, I believe we can say that we have new information on Miss Geller. Fucking hell. This information proves that Miss Geller couldn't have committed the murder from a distance. I've got a document that proves it. Lock in. So, it's able to kill a victim with remote manipulation of a weapon. I should find a document that proves it. So, she couldn't have used... ...2 meters.
I think you need range rather than object length.
It's the same thing.
It's not. Range is how far away from herself she can make it. Object length is how long the object can be.
2 meters. So, but then, if I'm thinking correctly, the rooms are 5 meters tall.
Tall.
That's the ceiling.
Yeah, the ceilings.
But how far
You can try
away is
range.
the door from...
We don't know. I think you would be correct in assuming the range is. Okay. So we also do know something else about her ability.
She can't...
She can't what?
I was gonna say, how is she supposed to get in the... No.
No, what were you gonna say?
How is she supposed to get in the room without her footprints being there, then?
She just
But
opened the
they're
door.
They're trying to say she could have done it from outside the room.
Is it the time sustained?
Because it's the... No. So, what we say? So it's... How was she unable to kill the victim with her manipulation?
They're saying she could have done it remotely. You're trying to prove that she couldn't have.
She could have done it remote.
So basically, there's what Thena said was she could have done it through a wall because she's got telekinesis. So she's saying she could have done it without going in the room. You're trying to prove that she couldn't have done that. I do remember the answer to this one if you do need him.
Without going in the room.
Is it because her footsteps are nowhere near the room and yet? Because she doesn't come back after thingy.
Without going in the room.
Because her footsteps aren't outside the thing and she needs to be close enough to do it. Is it because her footsteps don't come back?
No, because we have evidence
not
that
sure.
she was in the room. I can see the cogs turning.
Where's-
Do you want me to tell you what document to look at?
Yeah. See it? Oh.
Either Aston or Vernon says something. I don't remember which one, but it's either Aston or Vernon, I think. It's about... He says something about Geller. It might have been Aston. It's that one. It's on there.
Geller can make things float, but only things she can make reach out and touch. Right.
Because she can't have, because she can't have touched it.
She can't touch it because it's in the room.
Yo!
Oh.
Aston's testimony?
Miss Aston spoke of something regarding Geller briefly doing her second testimony that piqued my interest.
Right, I remember. Aston saying the victim tormented Geller the most, yes.
Correct. The reason for that being Geller's skill. Geller is able to make objects float, but she can't use that power however she'd like. Even if this were a simple case of telekinesis, it would take great powers of manipulation to kill somebody through a wall. But with Miss Geller only being able to float some objects, do you really think she'd be able to kill somebody from afar?
Is there a chance that Aston is wrong about all that?
It seems as though these people use their skills during their performances. So unless they're hiding what they can do on purpose, the possibility she's got it wrong is quite low. Turns out that Geller would have needed to get quite close to the victim to commit murder, so we're right back to our original hypothesis.
Yet, the conclusion this leads to is the exact opposite. As long as it stands that Miss Geller didn't enter the scene of the crime during the window of time we've confirmed that the victim died, Julia Geller had no means of carrying out the murder. Logical.
With this, we can clear Julia Geller of suspicion. We've narrowed down our suspects to 2. But in the end, until we find out how the victim was murdered, it's going to be impossible to identify our murderer.
We still haven't figured anything out about the murder weapon either. We still know nothing about the most important details of this case.
If I may, though I can't say anything for certain, I had a thought about our murder weapon. Maybe our murder weapon wasn't hidden. Do you think it might have actually vanished?
Vanished.
Seems that you and I were having the same thought. One of our suspects is able to craft weapons just like that.
It was the Ice Lady.
Precisely. It's possible because of the skill that the suspect has.
If these two are talking about a suspect's skill, maybe they're referring to this. It's the box. It's the box.
Suspect's skill.
It's the Ice Lady. Murder weapon vanished, so yeah, it's the Ice Lady, and he's covering up for her. 'Cause they're in
Yeah,
love.
but she can only make things
Click
out
it
of
then
pure
and see.
water.
It's like the tension of it slowly going together when it's going up.
The skill able to make a disappearing weapon is none other than Oz Aston's chain ice formation, right? In other words, you two think she crafted a weapon from ice. She's going off to question her. No.
Precisely. That's precisely what I think. From the state of the corpse, it's clear that the weapon was a heavy, blunt instrument, yes. No way of hiding such a thing. It's obvious that it vanished melting into a puddle. Whoa, I just gave myself goose flesh. Speaking of puddles, there was one at the scene of the crime, no?
It wasn't purified water. Yet, even if the weapon were made of ice, Miss Aston never opened the door. We have no footprints that indicate she ever entered the premises.
Well, she must have had her ways, no?
Her ways are exactly what we're here to investigate.
There may have been a way around leaving footprints.
The box.
If you take a look at the trace photo, there were a few square impressions left at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, you're right about that. What on earth could have left such an impression?
I thought they might have been like little stepping stones made of ice. If Aston were to only step on blocks made of ice, it would be possible for her to hide her footprints. It was just a thought, but what do you all think?
Oh, as the Americans say, Brian, give me some skin.
Indeed. I love them.
They're such a duo.
So silly.
I love
Well,
that.
the sergeant, she seems bothered by something. It's the splat of blood on the ceiling.
It's not.
It is.
Okay, let's go with that. Let's say the killer crept in on ice slabs and killed the victim with a blunt instrument made of ice. What would she do on her way back?
She could just leave them where they were, no? They'd melt anyway.
What if someone went into the room before they'd had time to melt? Would she have to stand guard in front of the room with the corpse until then?
No, because Mr. Fire Guy came in and melted them for her.
Well,
Well, if
well,
she
could have had.
if she could have somehow melted them.
Oh yeah.
It's a bit of a logical stretch.
Yeah.
Logical stretch.
I almost did that earlier as well. Don't worry.
But just in case, I shall help them work through this, or shall I help? Yeah. How could she have melted the ice in a jiffy? It's not rings a bell. Oh boy, do I have something to tell you? I have the perfect person. The perfect person for this. Who could have guessed? I was right all along. They are in love.
You think those two have found out that the third one was hit and then went and took revenge?
Oh, definitely. If Vernon
Yeah.
uses ignition, skill, it would have been possible for them to have melted the ice slabs.
Indeed, that's a ticket. Aston and Vernon are accomplices in this crime.
No, give me some skin.
I'll take a rain check.
I'll write you in for 8 o'clock tonight then.
No, you're not actually entertaining their idea, are you? Don't you think it fits? The water on the floor, it's clear what Aston used for his skill's catalyst.
Then they must have melted the ice in these for the murder weapon with Vernon's skill, so that's where the carpet was soaked.
Are there really no holes in Detective Fina and Detective Brian's reasoning? I should have
It wasn't water, it was
one
tea.
more. Look at the clues I've gathered, but there might be something missing somewhere. Is the puddle on the carpet really made of blocks? No, because it's tea. I remember Aston's skill having more important difference than compared to the suspects. So if it doesn't give me a thing here, it's the...
It has to be purified water.
It's the purified water in the
tea.
tea. Yeah, so here we go. So
Yeah.
it's the pin, it's the
Purified water.
purified water, and then when it's over here, it's the rug, it's the tea. And then it's the boop. Bang.
Getting good at this.
I'm enjoying myself.
It's
It's fun
very
though,
good
isn't
at this.
Oh, except for the next one.
The next case is amazing.
My apologies, but the water left of the floor couldn't have served as her catalyst.
Excuse me? What are you saying exactly?
No. Are you a spy?
Please, just have a quick look at Aston's bureau file. Oh, fucking hell. I got it right one time.
Eventually.
Unlike our other suspects, Miss Aston's skill needs a catalyst.
These catalysts service certain conditions that need to be met for a skill to be put into use. In Aston's case, she needs purified water.
Sorry. Yeah, but specifically she needs purified water to use her skill.
Why does that matter?
Read the documents carefully. The liquid at the scene of the crime was entirely...
Black tea.
I see.
Black tea is hardly purified water.
Wow.
Miss Aston couldn't have used it as her catalyst.
Then our logic is...
Hogwash.
Oh, I guess it is. Brian, I'd like to return the skin you slapped me.
Rather unfortunate. I thought our logic to be quite sound. I hate them. That's so
I love
funny.
them.
Now she's going on about returns.
I love
I'd
them
like
so
to return
much.
my application.
I'm going to
form.
start doing that. Just, I'd like to return. Take it back.
Take it back.
I take back my high five.
Save.
Thank you.
Yep.
What do you mean save?
It's okay. Don't worry.
Oh, it's press enter. So you can, okay.
Giving hope to people who've got nothing going for them is only to rip that hope away. Wait.
Yep.
Giving hope to people who've got nothing going for them only to rip that hope away. You're absolutely wicked now. I would hardly say we've got nothing going for us.
Did I do something wrong?
Well, the logic didn't really have a leg to stand in the first place. If Aston had made a weapon out of ice, we would have found a ladge to up the hole all that water. Though I must say, it was rather entertaining.
Who's calling who wicked now?
One way or another, we've still got the same problem after all this. We still have no one who could have killed the victim.
That's where you're wrong. As long as we have the victim's corpse on our hands, our killer has to be out there. However, we're considering that every staffer in this trip could be the culprit. We couldn't have missed a smidge of a clue.
Then it is all about the ice, huh?
You've really got a thing for ice, don't you, Detective Dina?
Yet from the lack of footprints, it's clear that no one entered the room during the time window when our victim died. They couldn't have just flown in. Plus, I simply cannot think of a way for any of them to have committed the crime without stepping foot inside.
It was the bird.
After all, the range of our suspect's skills are all too short.
How on earth did this happen then? This is the first time all 3 members of our division have used their skills and not been able to find the culprit.
That's where I come in.
So, we have to rely on our 4th member.
Ah. You're talking about me again.
Indeed, you're our newest member, so try your hand.
Responsibility shuffled onto the rookies. More better than I thought. Even without her saying all that, I have no intention of giving up at this point. Accepting suicide. I can't say that word. That word.
Sewer slide.
Skewer, schneid. We all have...
Self-deletion.
Yeah. We've got to have a culprit on the loose. However, we've got no clues that the crime scene to go on. Every piece of information contradicts another. Let me think, is there anything else we're leaving out? Someone who could have made the impossible possible. And the only possibility we've talked about that seems genuinely feasible is... What are we on about?
If you look at the recordings.
Is there anyone we're leaving out? Somebody who could have made the impossible possible?
Can you press print? See if he thought anything was important? He did.
It's all about the eyes, huh? Footprints.
So the fact that you can print, that probably means you have to use it. So if you pin that.
Stabbing the truth is a culprit with business.
I'll admit, I found this one a bit difficult. I was able to get it, but I
couldn't
thought
have
it was...
just flown in. One of them can fly.
That's the victim.
I know. I'm just like, could he have committed you know? He could have. He probably has.
But she can fly because she says in her thing that she goes up into the air, holds it for a minute, and then goes up further and further.
You have the poster for the circus.
Yeah.
I feel like the hardest part of that was realising you had to use the circus poster.
Yeah.
Because I was like, but she's got the whole jumping gesture act, but I didn't realise I had the poster.
So we're going back to basics. There may have been one other person, someone able to enter the room without leaving a single trace.
In the end, it's back to the ice, huh?
Shut up, man.
We already concluded that wasn't the case. And your theory's starting to be less entertaining.
Ugh.
But no, you're not making much sense either. Unless our culprit can sprout wings and fly, there's no way they could have possibly avoided being detected by me and Sarge.
That's exactly what happened.
He doesn't agree.
Our culprit flew.
Excuse me? None of our suspects have a skill like that.
One does. But you're right. None can fly per se, but maybe we could say it's more like jumping through the air.
What? Jumping through the air? I feel like I read something like that before.
Sheet of paper tap, just like, you know. maybe right here.
Do you have a bit of paper I can comedically tap on?
Yeah. Give me paper.
I asked if you had one.
No. You know, like the...
Right here?
right here. Oh, zoinks. Sorry, Scoops.
Yeah, it's right there, the jumping jester. Oh, this poster right here.
Oh, the person we've been searching for is pictured right here. Our jumping jester was able to enter the scene of the crime without leaving a single footprint. Thus, it's possible that our jumping jester was able to murder the victim. Now, of all the people we know, I can only think of one jester. The clown of the Trump Shower, Yulia Geller. Oh, for that one person only, this crime becomes possible. Get her back in here.
In the end, after winding around for this long, we're back to the beginning with Gala being our culprit.
No. If we had singled out Geller as our culprit in the beginning, she would have had a number of ways to argue how she was innocent. However, now that we've reached this point and erased every other possibility, the conclusion may be the same, but we'll finally come face to face with the truth of this case for the first time. As unfortunate as the truth may be.
Oh, but I liked Yulia. Logical.
Logical.
I liked Julia as well.
What now?
Miss Geller. Saw the poster with all you on it, and we're well aware of the fantastic stunts you're able to pull off.
Yeah, and?
But of course, your stunt, Miss Geller. What was it again? I can't remember.
If you've got nothing to say to me, could I go back with the others? No, stop with the fanfare and get to the point.
Miss Geller, your stunt is being able to walk on air, isn't it?
Actually, it's leaping.
I mean, leaping, dancing, basically. It's basically all the same. The important thing is that you were able to enter the scene of the crime without leaving a single footstep. It's something else. Stop it.
So it seems.
Huh?
Why does that surprise you? What? No, you're not using that as a way of suspecting me for this, are you?
But you're the only person who was able to enter the scene of the crime without leaving any footprints.
I'm always going in and out of there. If I were to leave footprints after committing some sort of crime, I could say they were from shortly before.
You actually couldn't have because of Detective Brian's. Right. She doesn't know we can tell everything.
Well, you actually couldn't have because of...
well, actually, she doesn't know we can tell if the time traced evidence was left. In other words, even if Miss Geller is our culprit.
Even if I were the killer, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of hovering. Plus, I'm not that good at controlling my skill in the first place. I don't really use it except on stage. Or is it that you have evidence I use my skill at the scene of the crime?
About that, could you give me a moment? What should I do?
What do you think? Geller's claim is reasonable. After all, there's no way ever to know of Brian's skill. She's right. She'd have no reason to float through the air and enter that room. Even if she were to leave a set of footprints, we'd have no way of proving those prints were left at the time of the crime without my skill.
It can't be. Did I get it wrong again?
Still, I think you've got the right idea now.
Huh?
In her statements thus far, Geller has been quite easy to get worked up. Now that she's being pointed out as our prime suspect...
Will you be much longer?
I know this from detective videos. Like interrogation things. If you know how innocent people will explain their case if they're innocent, and they'll get all loud and angry because you're blaming them of murder. Guilty people won't. Guilty people will get quiet and not as loud because they want to manipulate you into thinking that they've got it all under control. So they'll get quieter and be like, what do you mean, basically? Well, other people will be like, I wouldn't dare fucking kill somebody like that.
Yeah.
Because they're getting angry about it, because it's an emotional reaction. Killers won't do that, because they're having... Sorry. Anyways. Could you wait outside for a moment?
See, she's keeping calm and collected. She's probably expected this moment would come, and she's prepared her counter-arguments well. Well, I think that's the case. We can't be sure.
No, what you're saying sounds plausible, but what the rest do you think?
When it comes to Athena and the suspect's psyche, she's never wrong. I believe you can trust her call.
Detective Athena, as I should have known, there's a reason she's in charge of the interrogations. Still, this was a shock.
Gela stepped through the air when she entered our crime scene, but her reason for doing so wasn't to hide any trace of her being in there.
In other words, Miss Geller had a different reason for using her skill. I'm not sure what that could be though. We're still lacking some sort of clue.
You really think so? 3 staff have already looked into this case. We've uncovered lies, detected the invisible, read into the past. No matter the skill, it's impossible for the culprit not to leave behind some sort of clue. The clue remains, we just overlooked it. We wrote it off as something that didn't pertain to the case because it was all too neat. It's not the clues that are lacking, but our overall logic. That's my feeling in this case.
In the end, it's all feelings and perceptions.
Aston confirmed that the victim were alive at 8 o'clock. Vernon confirmed that he was dead by 8:45. Somewhere in between, Gela must have used her skill to sneak into that room. When she did, she must have left a clue.
Is there really nothing to go on? With everything that's in the crime, there was no suspicious trace evidence left during the time frame our the crime was committed. So, where leaving leftovers? With exactly, she must be visited the scene during 8
o'clock and 8:45.
or sleep to the. So we have to.
Did she leave any evidence of having jumped through the air?
The smudge on the ceiling, the blood.
The blood on the ceiling. She hit her head on the ceiling.
Do we have anything about the blood on the ceiling?
I can't remember.
Did she
I
knock
don't
the
think
vase over?
so. That was not due to a tremor running through the table, so that was probably when his head hit the table. What if it's the pigeon feather?
Is it the feather?
Can I give you a hint?
Yeah.
I want you to sit back. I want to see if Marko can do this. I want to see. I want you to sit back and think about how the room was left in terms of both, obviously, the memories of it and the trace photo. Think objectively. Jumping.
Jumping.
So if you open the trace photo. When you think jumping, what's the first thing you think of? In terms of like...
Jumping.
Ignore her skill. Why would she be jumping, of all things? If you look at that. This picture.
Why would she be jumping? Would it be to avoid the liquid on the floor?
No.
No.
She's not jumping on the ground. I'm really trying
I know.
here to make it
I'm
like
trying to figure out what.
not
Oh, I think I
completely
might have.
obvious. I think Anna's got it.
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. So why would she be jumping?
There's something in that picture that shows you. Do you want a more obvious hint?
I'm really stuck here.
Do you want a more obvious hint?
I don't get what you mean.
I don't know how to say this without, like... You were really pent up on it being ice.
Okay, yeah, I was right.
Anna was right.
I think I
Anna
was
knows what I'm
right.
about. Look at the picture. Jumping. And you were really pent up on it being ice. If it was ice...
She would have slipped.
No.
No.
If it was ice, Aston could have done the same thing. If you think of how you thought Aston got into the room.
By...
How did you think Aston got in?
By making block of ices. Using...
And using them as...
stepping stones.
Did she leave any trace of having jumped through the room?
Because she didn't jump through the room.
Anna, this isn't me, right?
It's not you.
I'm sorry. I know
think-
it's not
I
you. I'm
think
just really stupid and really confused.
Listen.
Yeah.
right?
I think
yeah.
Look at
Marko
the
might be
Looking.
a bit tired, and the tiredness
It's
is
like
getting to
2 in
their
the
brain.
morning.
So you're looking. She's left evidence of having jumped through the room, and you've got to prove that she did it. You thought Aston did it by
It's-
jumping across stepping stones.
Yeah.
Where's the proof how she did it?
By jumping across the stepping stone.
So where are the
Okay,
stepping
what?
stones?
The 5. Is that? Am I just fucking stupid? Am I just a fucking idiot?
A little bit. But we
Come
all
back, we've
are.
got
It's
some
okay.
No, because you confused me with how much you spoke. It's not your fault.
No, because
it's
I'm
just
trying to
me.
like, because you're like, I want to figure it out on my own, and I'm like, I'm trying to give very vague hints, but I can't make stepping stones into a vague hint in that sense.
No,
Which
'cause
was why I
I-
was like, think jumping, like jumping across.
Because I knew how she did it. It's just when you were speaking, you were making it sound like I wasn't correct. So I'm like, it can't be though. But then it completely went out of my mind when you were like, look at the picture, and I'm like, okay, I'm looking. And you were like, how does it show that she wasn't jumping?
No,
I don't know.
no, I said she's jumping, but she's not on the ground, is she? So she's
No,
jumping
'cause
on
she's-
something,
Yeah, because she's got...
and they have gaps between them, so she's jumping on those.
Yeah. I knew that, but it was just... It's my brain, because how you were talking was making me feel like I was fucking stupid for not seeing it. And I had it
My
in the
bad.
back of my brain. And I'm like, what are you going on about? Yeah, I'm like, what are you on about?
It might have been me explaining it weird. I was trying to explain it without directly saying.
Yeah.
Is there something that she could have been jumping over?
Because all I wanted to know in the start was what they meant about... What did he say?
You have to prove how she was doing it.
How, yeah, like, how, to prove how she was doing it. And I had it in the back of my... I'm like, it's obviously she's jumped on... Because she's got object manipulation, so she's jumped
Yeah.
and she's used it to jump with her. And you were like, okay, but how
You
does...
didn't say that though.
But
You
I
just
was-
looked really confused.
'cause
You
I was-
looked like you had no
I
idea.
was confused about how... what it was on about. And then it went into the whole tirade of, okay, but look at the picture for a minute. And I'm like, I'm looking. Is it the vase?
I don't know where you got the vase from.
Because you said, go back to what you said with Aston, and I'm like, okay. Okay. When you say clue, something does come to mind. There were those square impressions left at the crime scene.
Square impressions.
Do you remember them? How much longer is this?
Right, the ones that Brian claimed were stepping stones made of ice.
We're getting towards the end bit now. We concluded that they weren't ice in the end.
Fucking hell.
What time is it? It's nearly 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
We've got this, gang. It's okay.
Exactly.
I'm so tired.
It's okay, Kelly.
I'm going straight to bed after this.
Straight in the honker snore. Exactly. Then we naturally just moved past them. But now I'm thinking about them again. They were made at 8:30. That's within the time frame the victim was murdered. Thus, they must be connected to the crime.
But why were they even made?
About that, it's not just those impressions. There are still so many clues we can't come up with proper explanations for. Our overall hypothesis was wrong. Something I believe to be true has turned out to be false. If that one falsehood led to all these errors... Sergeant?
Yes? What is it?
I'm
Oh, I
going to
love
make
this
a
bit.
bit of a mess. Hexalogic. Oh, is this like the...
This is what I showed you, what I was doing.
Oh.
Hey, stop! What are you doing? Why are you fooling around with these official documents?
No, I think you should fix this habit of yours of taking stress out on inanimate objects.
This isn't about stress.
If it's not, then we have even more to worry about.
I've been thinking about these things all... I've been thinking about these things all wrong. The secret's hiding in the deepest... Hiding the deepest can't be solved by simply connecting two clues. However, if we connect all the fragments left in different places...
I have no idea what you're going on about, but are you saying you can make sense of this?
I am. I'm using supernatural abilities to investigate a case where somebody with a supernatural ability killed somebody with a supernatural ability. In this situation, it would be insane to stick with common sense. Already gathered my clues. Let's toss out common sense and let's take everything basis of thought and smash them all. Okay. So, Gary's biggest secret. Okay. One clue from these. Okay.
I can explain this easy.
So,
Do you know how this works?
I think.
You've got to go to each piece of evidence and you've got to pick one aspect of it, and then when you combine them, it'll show you how many of them are connected correctly.
So let's start with this one. So, can I click on it? Yeah.
So you're looking for Gella's big secret. I don't think that's a good one to start with, I will tell you that. I think start with the trace photo.
Which one?
Either of them.
So this one. Gella's big secret. So this.
Yes.
This one. Oh wait, no, stop. It's the square shaped things. This. Skillful enough to fools about their skills, making it necessary to check them out. But they might have been like stepping stones made of ice. Maybe not made of ice, but... This one. Making ends meet by... And then there's...
Is it the thing about
looking for a new troop member with telekinesis and then mistaked her for a telekinesis user. Stop. Stop it. So for the most, that's not saying she did anything to deserve that. She was tricked into hiring that girl. Gella can make things float enough. Out of reach. Must have looked down upon her. And then...
Okay. So we've picked something from each one, so press combine in the middle.
Three much correct there.
You've got 3 that are correct. We don't know which 3. I know which 3, but...
That's correct, that's correct, that's correct.
So if you... That's correct.
Mm.
Have you read which one that is?
Can make things float.
But only those close enough she can reach out and
Reach.
touch. And that has some... Right, so if you press back. That statement has something to do with this, this and this.
Square shaped things, square shaped things.
So the
She's in
square shaped
air,
things
she's
and
the
the
jumping
jumping
jester.
jester.
So
The fact that she can only make things float, that she can reach out and touch, has something to do with that.
one
I was unable to manipulate faraway objects, yeah.
So it's that one. Do you have a reason to think it's that one?
Do I need one?
Yeah, because I wanted to know if you'd actually figured it out or...
Because she said, what did she say? She said, what, clip it.
What did, before you...
What did she say? She said...
The one that you just agreed with?
Yeah, it was, she said something about her having her skill be something that she can only touch, I'm pretty sure.
What, the bottom piece of evidence?
Yeah.
She said, the one that you agreed with, said that sometimes people can fool us about their skills.
Yeah, because, and then, no, that's what it was, because he thought that it was, she had telekinesis, but it wasn't really. So I'm just like, so, yeah.
It's
so,
not telekinesis.
It's not telekinesis. It's gravity. No.
Play the game.
I've
Manipulation.
unlocked it. That's it. If you think about it like that, it explains everything. And to prove it, Miss Geller, please come back in.
Is your strategy session fishing up?
It is. And from that strategy session, we've come up with a suggestion for you.
What might that be? Wait. Let's see what he's going to do.
Miss Geller, your stunt is leaping through the air. So could you show that to Detectives Thena and Brian here?
Well, I'm sorry, but that would be quite difficult. As I said before, I'm not that good at controlling my skill. Those two could be in danger if they're too close.
It's fine.
Wait a tick, it's very much not fine. She said it's dangerous for us.
You two simply won't get too close when Miss Geller performs a stunt. If you wish, we have no problem setting up a suitable location for you. We just need you to show us it a single time. If you show us it, we promise we won't bother you or your friends any longer.
Wait a second, no. That's quite the promise to be tossing out there. I'll permit.
Andy, have you lost your mind?
Sorry. I want to see what happens next. Perhaps my curiosity has gotten the better of me. Well, if the Sarge has given her permission, there's nothing we can do about it.
I think Anna's microphone cut out and is dead. We're back.
Oh, she's still making noise. Her Discord's lighting up.
That's her plugging her microphone in and out and being like, why isn't this working? You got the Scaly. We believe in you.
You all good?
Take your time.
No, we're not
No,
good.
it's dead. Do
Would
you
you like me to voice your character?
one of us to take over? Give us a clap if yes. Give us a womp 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 if no. Yeah, okay.
Do you want to be Thena? You can be
Yeah.
Thena.
Am I the only one who's thinking about her job and salary?
I accept. You're not going to back out of your end of the promise, are you?
And of course not. I can swear to whatever god you believe in.
Oh, her microphone died.
Oh.
Well then, let me begin right here. As I said, you mustn't get too close. This is my stunt.
Bye.
JPEG image.
My word. And people pay to see this.
I'll have you know that I even juggle up here when I take the stage. The stunt? What on earth?
Hey, don't give it that much grief for it. After all, she's showing us for free.
That's not it. It's just...
Detective Brian, please describe exactly what you're seeing. How does Miss Geller's levitation look through your eyes?
She's not levitating. As soon as she rose into the air below her, I saw a trace of that same square. It's the same trace of evidence left at the crime scene.
She's using invisible boxes.
Trace? You're a staffer.
There must be contact between two objects for a trace to be left. In other words, you're not making yourself float in the air, Miss Geller. You're just stepping up and standing there. It's an invisible object underneath you, and you created it. No, what's this about an invisible object? This is all coming out of nowhere. This is your real skill, Miss Geller. You can create invisible objects of any size and manipulate them that will, to put it in official terms, Indiscernible object fabrication.
Ugh.
What? What? But telekinesis? Yeah,
Everyone thought of it like that, but that's not the case.
this is just a piece of the puzzle that wasn't fitting. Miss Geller, from the very beginning, you've been hiding your true scale. The stunt you have of leaping through the air, it wasn't that you were just lifting your body up with your skill, you've been making invisible footholds to jumping onto them.
Telekinesis. The label sounds rather grandiose, yet the statements of the audience members and those around Geller were consistent, so I never doubted them. No, you may not know this yet, but it's a serious crime to lie about one's skill in this country. Why would Geller take such risks to hide her skill like that?
She only began to hide her skill after coming under the employ of Trump Tower. When you think of all that happened back then, it's rather easy to predict exactly why Miss Geller felt it necessary to hide her true skill. When the victim first saw Miss Geller leaping through the air, he must have thought, I finally found it. I finally found the acrobat I've been looking for, wielding the power of telekinesis. And yet it was too good to be true. Miss Geller's true skill was creating invisible objects. As time passed, Miss Geller realised she wasn't the person the ringleader was looking for, thus she began her efforts to hide this fact from him. All of this matches your statement, isn't that right, Miss Geller? Your string of lies, they were all to keep you at Trump Tower. The truth you tried to hide, it's not just the range or some small intricacy regarding your skill, we all know it now. The truth of your skill was a grand forgery? Oh, brother, calm down. Your skill doesn't use telekinesis. Telekinesis plays no part in it.
How? How did a staffer become an investigator?
I ain't no staffer. Bing bang. Logical. I'm gonna start saying that now. Just logical. Randomly. I figured something out. Logical.
I think I get it now. I think I understood how you all saw through my lies. It's not just that gentleman there. Every investigator in this room is a staffer, isn't that right? Your bracelets aren't lit up, but you wear them just like the other staffers.
She found us out. Through strictly speaking, I'm no staffer.
You have no connections to the Bureau, so you wouldn't understand. However, some Bureau division... Oh, she's not here anymore. Bureau. Some Bureau divisions do employ a number of staffers. They merely keep it confidential so it doesn't interfere with operations.
Should you be telling her that?
No need to hide such information from our perpetrator. After all, I doubt she's going to continue resisting. Just as you said, Detective, my skill has nothing to do with telekinesis. Instead, I'm able to create invisible objects at will. The objects are more or less cube-shaped, but I can create them in various weights and sizes, making them handy in various situations. It's probably how the word manipulation worked its way into my name. I've been placing objects on top of my invisible objects and floating them around, calling it telekinesis.
She's rather brave trying to deceive everyone around her like that.
But of course, you know everything now, yeah? How I killed the ringleader? What I used to kill him?
Come to think of it, we still haven't figured out the mystery of the vanishing murder weapon. Because it was invisible.
No way. The weapon? You still haven't found it, have you? This isn't good.
What?
In the end, I turned out to be quite a bad girl. To hide my skill from the ringleader, basically my family, I have no excuse for the fraud you accuse me of. However, I didn't kill him.
Is she telling the truth or is she trying to hold out on us? Miss Geller, you're the only person who we can say for sure committed this crime.
I couldn't have done it either. After all, there's no murder weapon. You've got a trace of evidence on the floor, yeah? Do you have any proof it was my skill that left it? As I said before, I had no reason for using my skill to go into that room. Even if I did go in there, I had no weapon to kill him with. You think I could do that to his head with my bare hands? Don't be absurd. Are you trying to make me lose my job here?
The audacity.
So, time for you to keep your word. No more questions for any of us. I think it might be time to reveal where the vanishing weapon might be.
Sergeant, do you have any ideas?
Me? No. Obviously you're about to figure it out.
What was that made obvious exactly? This is my first day on the job.
Right. And I'm relieved you're adjusting so well.
Yeah, arduous? Ardiosus.
Arduous.
Arduous path I'm about to set on is slowly coming to light.
Now that I'm thinking about it, we've talked about the disappearing weapon quite a number of times, but we haven't uncovered a single thing about it. All we can be sure of is that it had a considerable heft to it. Otherwise a single blow to the head wouldn't have smashed his skull in like that.
She fell on him.
No, it was a blunt object.
She was on a box and she fell on him.
It's not that easy to cave in a person's skull, so the object in question would have to weigh at least 20 kilograms.
Oh boy, do I have something
boy.
for you. She fell on him with the cube. Am I right or am I right? I am right.
Do you want your actual answer?
Yeah.
You're close.
She put a box on his head. She put a box on his head. For something like that to just disappear, you think such a thing to be impossible. But since the deceased remains a murder victim, we have to say it was possible. Geller must have some means of making the impossible possible. Impossible, possible, possible, impossible. Let's look through her documents one more time. There might be a piece of information that can be seen in no light. It was the box. It was the box. The weapon that took the life of the victim was hefty. Hefty. 20 kilograms. Yes! She landed on him. She hit him on. She tarted him on the head with the box she was stood on. Alright. I finally figured you out, Miss Geller. I know now how you killed the victim. What? Did you really figure it out? Was that the weapon? No, more important. No. More importantly, where'd it go? Was it actually ice in the end?
Please let the ice bit go.
The weapon didn't vanish. It was just never there. There was no weapon. Huh? There was never a weapon to begin with, and honestly, that only serves to further prove that Miss Geller is our culprit.
What's that supposed to mean? I truly didn't follow a word of that.
Everyone have a look at Miss Geller's
Bureau.
bureau file. Specifically check the notes section at the bottom. This is where they write down every description of the skill. This is talking about the maximum weight it can be transferred of an object or weight limit of an object to be moved.
No, we figured out that Geller's skill isn't telekinesis, so the information written here, it's talking about the properties of objects Geller can create, yes?
That's right. Now, the information on her bureau file, I did it, refers to the weight, number, size, and duration of the objects in question. And the part we should be paying more attention to right now is the weight. The weight limit. It's 20 kilograms. I heard that exact number just a second ago. That's the number the sergeant quoted. She said the murder weapon was to be at least weighed 20 kilograms. Finally, we've found an object that meets her condition.
That we have. We now know what you mean by saying it never existed.
Miss Geller, only Miss Geller, could have committed this crime without a weapon. Only she was able to make her own weapon.
Ugh.
Can't see it? Don't need to carry it around, and it vanishes after time runs out. You used that as a weapon only you could use. You used a weapon created with your skill to murder your victim.
You'd make a better clown than me. You really think I could swim around a cube that weighs 20 kilograms? Let's just imagine I could do that. Our ringleader's head was smashed to bits. Do I look that strong to you?
In truth, you wouldn't have to swing it. Don't you remember what you said before? Your skill allows you to create objects whenever you will them. You can make one wherever you please. In other words, your transparent objects don't only appear at your feet. You can create one anywhere within a 2-meter radius of your body. For example, above your victim's head. If a 20-kilo object that appeared high above the victim's head were to fall straight down, it wouldn't in such a situation be within the realm of possibility.
That's unfortunate.
What is?
The situation you describe as impossible. That wouldn't leave the ringleader's head in the state I found it.
You can make an object weighing up to 20 kilograms, so as long as you dropped it from high enough.
That's just the thing. Dropping it from high enough. I couldn't pull that off.
What's that supposed to?
I get it. Your range, right?
Range?
Seems like someone's thinking like a normal human. That's exactly right. My max range is only 2 meters. I can't create any objects outside of that range. Even if I were to drop something from 2 meters up, I'd have to be real lucky for it to kill someone.
She hit her head on the ceiling because she got up so high and dropped it on him.
Busting in a skull like that is simply impossible.
Ah.
If things went how you say they went, I'd have to drop it from at least double that. I'd need to drop it from at least 4 meters up.
Well, boy howdy, the roof is 5 meters tall. 4 meters? That's a very specific number. And how can you be so sure of that height?
I was trying to figure things out with my skills, for the sake of shows, of course. No, I'm sorry, but I was thinking the same thing. An object falling from 2 meters wouldn't have done that to our corpse. Are you starting to understand? So, give it up. You promised.
Sorry, but I simply can't do that. Just like Athena said, Miss Geller's staying calm. Who's in chat? Who's in chat?
Where's my mod view?
What?
We've got stuff.
Get mods! 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 Get him out of here! Get him out! Get him out of here. Miss Geller staying calm and collected, sticking to the script she prepared in advance. Though I can't hear a single slight of tremor in her voice. I'm slowly driving her into a corner. There hasn't been a single flaw in my logic up to this point. It's clear that the victim was killed by a falling object. Yeah. It is, as Miss Geller claims, her range is for the crimes. In order for Geller to have committed the crime, she would have had to make up for the height difference somehow. For instance, she could have climbed up onto a piece of furniture using her skill. No, if that were the case, Brian would have seen the footsteps on the furniture with his skill. No such footprints. In fact, at the time of the crime, Miss Geller left no footprints in the room at all yet. Ah. Speaking of which, there was something that happened when Miss Geller entered the room. I have one more suspicion. Perhaps that suspicion could turn into a clue.
No, there's no way Geller's getting out of this one. This may be the final answer we're seeking. Tell me, what if she used to create an object 4 meters above the victim's head? It's really simple. It makes you overthink it.
Can't have been.
What?
It can't have been.
It's not the face.
No, it can't have been. So, what could she have used to get the height? What could she have used to get the height? Was it just another box?
Do you want help?
No, I'm just like, because I'm like, if she's already got one box, right, and she stacks another one on top, she could get rid of that bottom box, but would that put her down? But if she's got another box on top, she could make the box longer and put her up 2 meters, and then she could drop it from just as tall.
I think you're overthinking it.
I'm way overthinking this, but I'm just like, it's really funny.
I don't know how to help without just telling you.
Is it really in plain sight?
Kind of. So if you think about...
I'm thinking it's on here.
It's not on there.
It's not on here.
It's not on the evidence sheets you've got.
Where's the thing?
So how did she get into... Like, can I help? Can I give help?
You can give a small hint.
How did she get into the room? I'm going to guide you thinking in the right direction.
She got in the room by climbing on the boxes inside.
How do we know how she does that? How do we know of her doing that?
Because it's...
That's not a trick question, that is just baseline. How do we know of her knowing how to do that?
Because she does it with her tricks and stuff and her things. She puts herself in the air. So she put herself up in the... That's cool.
That's what her trick is. It's going up and walking
It's
in the air.
going up. So which one does that
It's the
say?
poster.
Yeah. So, that's cool.
Because she jumps in the air.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Once you stop and think about it, there's something else we haven't figured out besides our murder weapon. Something else? Why is it that Miss Geller used the object she made to enter the room?
But of course. Have you figured out the reason why?
Yeah. And the answer to that question is connected to the means Miss Geller used to murder her victim. Miss Geller was intent on using her skill to kill the victim. However, she wasn't sure if a single swing of one of her objects would kill him instantly. If the victim didn't die immediately and were to let out a yell, that would spell big trouble for her. That's why she settled on dropping the object from a height to do him in. And she knew that her range was too short, and there was no guarantee that an object dropped from 2 meters would silence him in one blow. What? Didn't you say that we were gonna... Didn't you explain why she used her skill to enter the room? Well, you haven't figured it out? Why did Miss Geller use her skill to go inside? How could she be certain to kill him instantly when she was lacking height? Each question provides an answer to the other.
If you can sum up what you're trying to say... Oh, if I can sum up what you're trying to say, the reason Geller used her skill to enter the room was to make sure she killed him with a single blow. Ah. Oh.
Oh,
That's why.
it is. She thought up a plan, a way to create an object at a height that would surely kill a victim. No. When I was really thinking about it, I'd be willing to bet she already knew her plan, huh? That's why she told him to step back. 'Cause her boxes fall. And the higher she gets up, the more dangerous it becomes. 'Cause they fall down and they can hit people, but people don't know it's there.
Maybe. I don't know about the boxes falling.
Because, like...
No, because she flips them around. Ow.
Yeah.
I turned my neck too weird.
It's way too late for this shit. Miss Geller's solution was none other than the stunt she pulled on stage. By that, you mean like her stunt? You mean like the airwalking clown bit? As she puts it, the jumping jester. Isn't that right, Miss Geller? Miss Geller can only create objects up to 2 meters from her body. If she wanted to create an object higher than that, she'd have to climb up higher. Leaping, really, up into the air.
That's why she used her skill to enter the room, to get up to the height required to commit the crime.
Geller's range is 2 meters, that means she could have created a foothold up to 2 meters away. After she climbs up onto those 2 meters, another 2 meters from that, she creates an object that will take her life. The resulting object would be 4 meters off the ground. Miss Geller, that satisfies the condition. The murder you say to yourself. Ooh. However, if we check the traces left at the crime scene, we can see all the footholds she created starting at the entrance. How could that be?
Miss Geller's skill, all of the invisible objects she's able to create. If she started with a block 2 meters high, she'd never be able to climb it.
That's right. So she started with some lower steps and and she slowly increased the height of the foothold she climbed up, one each, or each one.
Just like a set of stairs. So it really isn't an air walking clown. I see the jumping jester thing now.
That's exactly how she committed her crime too. Even before entering the room, she was already on a small step. Then, little by little, she climbed, moving even closer to her victim. By the time Geller was in front of the victim, she was close to a maximum height of 2 meters. Then at her max height, Miss Geller made the largest object she could at 20 kilograms and let it all fall. She took the life of a victim who slept beneath her, and she made sure she finished the deed. Anyone could have seen the victim was deceased. Miss Geller then fled the scene of the crime, believed to be done with it. Yep. If there were one thing you didn't consider, it was your nightly routine, yeah? The victim had a habit of drinking a cup of coffee every night at 9 o'clock, and it was your job, Miss Geller, to bring it to him. You knew that as the first person to find the body, you'd be suspected of the crime, but you couldn't not go either. If you differed from your usual schedule, you'd draw suspicion for the police. In the end, you made a cup of coffee as usual and made your way to the victim's office. But there was no one there to drink it. Miss Julia Geller, you are the culprit.
Yeah, it was me. I killed the ringleader.
Holy shit.
Now, when I tell you the second case is better,
I know for a fact.
well then, I'll call the probation's office. Indeed, I'll leave that to you. So these are the cuffs you only use on staffers. Rumour has it there's a bomb inside that'll explode if I resist.
No, none of that. Nothing so dangerous. Just high voltage electrical current and neurotoxin.
For me, that might as well be a bomb.
Sorry, rules are rules. But you never know what an invisible brick's gonna fall on my head, right? Harsh rules. Considering today's events, though, doesn't seem justifiable. Ow.
Why won't you let us in? I just want to see her face. Geller couldn't have done that. Let us talk to her. Julia, can you hear us? Don't say a word until we get to the station, okay? Savannah nods.
Oh.
Tina, go help Brian outside.
Aww.
Come to think of it, there is one thing we haven't quite figured out.
Huh? That can't be right.
Miss Julia Grella, the part of your...
Grella.
Part of your statement about not holding a grudge towards the victim was no lie. Then why? Why kill the man? You knew the ringleader had considerable debt, right? To settle his debt, he was going to sell off the Trump Tower circus troupe.
Oh.
He said he was going to sell not only the theatre, but also the right to perform under the Trump Tower brand. When I was called into his office at 7:30, the ringleader spilled the black tea I bought him and yelled at me like he was getting something off his chest. He said all of it was my fault, that everything was how it was because I was such a lousy person. Couldn't disagree with the man.
But everyone said the debt was because of his gambling now.
Yeah, he said the reason he turned to gambling was because of the declining profits from the theatre, the part that I'm responsible for.
This woman, she's been blaming herself for everything all night. How'd she get into this state?
I pleaded with him. I said I'd do anything he asked if he'd just hold on a little longer. That's when he hit me. I knew it was coming. He's not the sort of person to change his mind just because I opened my mouth. I had to stop him, but there was only one way to do that.
By that you mean killing the man.
For me, it was all I could do. Trump Tower is the only place I can live like any other normal human. Instead of losing this place, I'd rather... In the end, you figured out it was me who did it, so... But things didn't turn out so bad. The rights to the Trump Tower fall to Vernon. Three of us were going to continue together if we could.
Are you happy?
What?
Whatever reason you might have, you still killed a man. But you feel the least bit guilty.
Guilty? Am I even allowed to feel something like guilt? How can I put this? I'm sad the person I killed is dead. Can I really say I regret it after everything I've done now? If someone who brutally killed another person were to turn around and have the nerve to cry about it, would you really accept that?
Sergeant, I'm sorry, but would you mind if I waited at the car?
Alright, you've done enough. Miss Geller, due to the provisions of the contract made between the Bureau and the Attorney General's office, you'll be sent to prison belonging to the former. I'll give you a moment to talk to the other members of the troop. They're not listening to us anyway, so make your peace. Alright, I'm sorry for today. No, I'm sorry.
Bro. On my first day of work, I was nearly shot at and kicked off the force, but in the end I solved the case. So why do I feel this way? On top of that, I can't see Big Ben from here either. What was my reason exactly? What on earth brought me to the city? He doesn't tell us. Case closed.
There is a bit after this before we get into the second chapter, so
Right.
we aren't done quite yet. Before you get excited and shut down the game.
Man First Division. Fucking Christ. Light me jump scare.
Flashbang. Do you want to be the chief?
Not really.
I'm her, so you can be the chief.
Not really.
Yes.
Yay. Looks like you solved the case.
Stopping by again.
You came back alone?
I sent Noah off because he said he needed to get some air.
No, well, I see you've grown a liking to Detective Case. How is he? Up to snuff?
He definitely helped us out. He's quite a talented individual compared to me, however. I think calling him a genius as you did is pushing it. He's a little clumsy in places, and more than anything, he's severely lacking in his understanding of Pheno manner.
So, that's not the whole job, is it?
42 minutes! Besides the time it took us to get there and back, that's how long he spent on this case. Excepting the time it took us to survey the crime scene, that's significantly shorter than before. Before Notric came along, it took us at least 3 times that out very fastest.
Mm-hmm.
It took us 4 hours.
Yeah.
How many hours did it take? Hold on. Can I see? I can't see from here. Hold the phone. How long have we been streaming? Yeah, 4 hours, 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours.
On one case. Fuck my life. Normally takes people time to read through and comprehend the documents, time to understand all the clues and come to a conclusion. Notric's logical abilities need neither. There's almost no gap between his receiving a question and coming up with the answer. Honestly, following in his steps in logic is too much to ask. Simply not a manner of intelligence either. That kid, are you sure he's no staffer?
From the way he describes it, when he focuses on something, he feels like time around him ceases to flow. However, no man was a detective coming from him from Detective Case that you'd normally find when staffers use their skill. You know what that means, right?
Notric's abilities stem purely from his talent.
Seems that way. Phenomenal abilities indistinguishable from phenomenal. I just maybe it's more than that. Rather interesting, is it not? Imagine what a talented boy could do in this city when it's not weighed down by the disadvantages of being a staffer.
Is that the only reason you hired him?
Sergeant Redfins. The tone you just took right now makes me think this is interrogation. Hi, Anna. Interrogation makes me... and that bothers me a bit.
My apologies.
Why the sharp tone? Something not go your way?
Quite the opposite. Our case is closed, so I was just about to go out for a smoke.
She smokes. Smoking's bad for you. You shouldn't turn into sweets like me. Or you should turn to sweets like me. Stop by this new ice cream parlour in the square. It's not half bad.
If you knew you'd bring it up, you should have brought some to share.
It would have melted.
Fourth floor
Pheno
balcony.
Manor. Bureau, London branch.
Congrats, you said it right.
Yay!
Is someone there?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry.
How do you find this place?
Yeah, Sergeant. No, shit.
The way up here is an absolute maze, and I'm pretty much the only one able to navigate it.
Saw the map on the 4th floor and noticed a space that looked different from the other floors, so...
Okay, I think I follow. Still, it'd be better if you didn't wander around too much. If you wander into a prohibited area, it'll be the firing squad for you.
Figured it out a short time ago, but as they expected, our employer is the worst around.
Hearing you say that, I guess you're now a fully fledged employee.
Honestly, I thought you were just joking a second ago.
I'm honoured you'd think that. Cigarette?
No, I don't smoke.
Alright.
Life.
Nice view, huh?
You can barely see through all the fog.
Right, good luck today. Honestly, it's not a good view on a clear day. There are only factories in the slum out that way. It's only when the fog comes all that muck that the view's worth looking at. At least it's worth looking at for me.
Sergeant, those three at the Trump Tower, they all seem to harbour some resentment towards the Bureau. I mean, it just seemed natural for them not to like us since we placed regulations on the staffers, but this feels like more than that. There was something Ms. Geller said, just being a staffer is like a wound you have to live with. Sergeant, is life as a staffer in this city difficult?
It is.
Why is that? Don't your your skills make life easier for you? Easier.
If you want the answer to that question, you only need to take a look at the bureau file.
A bureau file?
There's a part in every bureau file. Shows just how staffers are viewed in this city. Do you know which part I'm referring to?
Oh, you're talking about the threat level.
That's right. Giving the staffers a threat level presumes that every staffer poses a threat. We predict the amount of damage each staffer is capable of causing, and we regulate them accordingly. At occult level, Geller may as well have been born with a revolver in her hand. We restrict her access to certain places, so it would have been impossible for her to find a proper job, and then add that to the amount of discrimination she has to tolerate from the rest of society. Of course, there are times where her skill is recognised as useful, and the Bureau hires that staffer on. If you notice the metal bracelets that Athena and Brian wear, I've got one of them under my sleeve too. All staffers are required by law to wear them.
The performers at Trump Tower were wearing these bracelets too, huh? But unlike the one that Detective Brian wears, theirs were lit up.
The light represents the staffer's threat level. Geller and Vernon were yellow for their cult level, and Aston was green for her Bowie level. Staffers who work at the Bureau are able to hide the colour of their lights. That's why my bracelet isn't lit up.
In other words, staffers outside the Bureau are required by law to wear bracelets that display their threat level. Staffers are treated like they were threats from the moment they were born and can never hide the fact that they have their skills. Miss Geller. That's why she was so obsessed with her fellow performers at Trump Tower.
I have no idea what sort of ideals brought you to London, but I think, just maybe, this isn't the sort of place you thought it was going to be.
I'm not sure what it was that brought me here. I told myself it was to use my talents to help people, but I doubt it was really something so noble. It's like I wanted to be the protagonist of a detective novel, solving some cryptic case in a single glance referred by those around me, making a good cash deal, finding cases with dim-witted assistants tagging along. That's vaguely what I imagined. Honestly, I never thought I'd actually be able to live that sort of life, but still I accepted the offer to join the team because I thought that I could put my talents to good use. However, once I solved that case, I figured something out. The person who was killed wasn't a character from a novel, he was real. A real person who killed him. I was the only character there, like a relaxed inspector. And I started having these thoughts. Was there no better alternative for the victim than the culprit? Will Geller try to get revenge on me if she's let out of prison? Why did I go through with all that just to catch a criminal when there's no reward for being behind bars? Did I really do the right thing? Still, with all that, they're just thoughts.
The victim, Houdini, started out as a respectful ringleader. That took you a minute. That only changed when Yulia Geller joined Trump Tower Troop. Houdini took out a loan to buy props for Yulia Geller's performance, but the returns were poor. Houdini started gambling to try and pay off the debts the circus took on, and the addiction took hold. Geller said it herself. All the blame was on her. Geller knew she caused it, so she was ready to protect Tumpter at all cost. Then she settled on murder, the worst means possible. Geller continued after that. She said she was looking for someone to stop her and punish her for her crimes. Perhaps Geller's actually grateful you solved the case.
Are you serious?
No, not in the slightest. That last part was a lie.
Isn't that going too far? Seriously?
If what I said were true, would you?
Somebody's just laid on the lawn.
If what I said were true, would that give our job some other meaning? No. A detective's job is always the same note. We're here to find the truth. It's not our job to make the world a better place or tell right from wrong. We're just here to find the truth. If it's something else you're wanting, use the time you'd grumble and gripe and get on a plane or whatever and head back home. However, if you don't know what you want, then stay here. Stay, find whatever the truth may come, and keep complaining like you are today. After all, there are certain things that just start that way. Making the world a better place, telling right from wrong. Maybe you'll find whatever it is you're looking for along the way. Shall we head back to work? We've still got the reports to write up about our case today.
Could I say it's sort of a hazy. Yeah, sort of
Hazy, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why my mind blanked for a
That's
minute.
not even a big word.
No, my mind blanked for a minute and I'm like, hazy. But I think I can just make out one of the hands of the clock that way. Which one?
Unfortunate, really. This place used to be all mine.
Where is brother looking?
There, I think.
There, I think. Where?
I pointed.
Oh no, I didn't see.
You blind twat.
I know Fair's division is. Can I end this now?
Not yet. Very nearly done. This is like the last bit. Good, just like that. We'll summarise the events as they occurred.
Just write it out like this.
That should be sufficient. Now we just need to sign at the bottom and that's that. When you're done with that one, fill this one out.
Oh, isn't this the same document we just filled out?
The last document was our report to the Detective Chief Inspector. This is what we sent to the police. Try to avoid referencing skills as much as possible while you fill this one out.
I guess city people have their fair share of inconveniences too. Does anyone have the supernatural powers that allow you to automatically fill out paperwork?
They're not supernatural powers.
Right, I know. They're skills, right? Because supernatural powers makes them sound cultish.
Oh, you're catching on. No. The first time we met, I was quite disrespectful.
Yeah, you were.
And I still haven't apologised for that,
No,
have
you
I?
haven't. No. Stop. You really don't need to apologise.
Then I guess I won't. Hiring you on was the right decision.
Thank you. Congratulations! Congratulations! Because you solved the case. Congratulations!
Apologies for the late return.
Did you have a lot of work to do?
It did take longer than expected, with the roads congested.
About that. We were late because we had to make a this. And it's a cake. Beautiful. A happy a cake.
Indeed. It's a bit of a welcoming gift, and a celebration of the first case you solved.
It's for me. Come on now, we're completely blown away. We had no idea you'd solved such a complicated case. I guess the chief gets a few things right once in a while.
It's quite fortunate we had you on the case today. Nope.
No.
It's got happy birthday written on it.
That. This was the only one that they had left. Come on now, it's a cake. What's written on it isn't even important.
Just take it off, it looks detachable.
Hey, no, blow out your
It looks
candles.
like a piece of chocolate just...
Hey, no, blow out your candles. Oh, okay. Cheers. Bloody terrific. That's the whole affair. Yep.
Now it really is a birthday party. No, I do apologise. I'll make you a proper cake later on.
Oh,
His bakery's
well,
perfect.
I'm not angry or anything, it's just I've never been welcomed like this. Actually, I had a similar thought to yours. Just glad to be a part of the Manor Affairs division.
Right, I see.
She's not impressed.
Well then, shall we eat? I'll go fetch something to cut it with.
My word, doesn't that just warm your heart?
You've got a lot to look forward to.
Oh, I love them so much.
It's not done yet, don't get excited.
Speaking of which, no, when's your actual birthday? December 5th. I'm not really sure. And you don't know your birthday? Why didn't they tell you your birthday?
Because he's an orphan.
Surely he's gone to an orphanage though. And
You don't know that.
he knows
Maybe
his
they don't do that in
birthday.
Mexico.
New Mexico, by the way. I'm an orphan. I never knew my parents.
Pardon?
Even my name, No Trick, was given to me by my previous employer.
Oh, so that's why it's so weird.
Oh, what's wrong with everyone? Nothing at all. Just what happened for all that energy before. Now you're really the star of the show. You should be enjoying yourself more. Oh, it's not really my. Haha, here, take this.
Congratulations.
Don't.
Congratulations, because you solved the case. We're looking forward to working with you, truly.
Congratulations, because you solved the case. Brain's awkward attempt at singing continued until Athena gave him a swift kick to the shin. If I had to rate it, I'd say my welcome part was rather synthetic taste in my mouth. But just like that, I became an official member of the Manor Affairs. There was no question I felt fortunate to be welcomed as a fully fledged member. I'd find my place here. I also found myself thinking that more exhausting and tedious jobs were right over the horizon. And in the next season. But such ridiculous feelings. They usually turn out to be wrong. No trick.
Here's the report. On December 25th at 9:30 in the morning, there was a murder reported at the London branch of the Bureau. The victim's name? Case 1. Backstage. End.
Ends. On Christmas?
On Christmas.
Title screen. Thanks, Anna. Return to title screen. Anyways, chat. We'll be back next Saturday to continue playing Stafford Case. Oh my god.
Do you like it?
I loved that.
And the second case is better.
And the second case is better.
You've heard about the second case.
I've heard about the second case,
So
yeah.
sadly it's not going to be a surprise for you.
No.
But the ending might be, because I didn't tell you about the ending. But the twist isn't going to be a surprise for you because I've told you about it.
Yeah.
Anna, it might be.
Anna's gonna freak out. Anna, aren't you, Anna? You're gonna freak out,
Aren't you, Anna?
Aren't you, Anna? You're gonna freak out. Beep. Right, callous pepperminty.
Yeah, it was a spam.
Downwards arrow. Downvote.
Downvote.
Anyways, that was Stafford Case.
I think next week we start earlier.
Definitely. 8:30.
Maybe even like 7:30.
Maybe 7:30. Next week we start earlier. Same day. you know.
Yeah, we might start early because I did not know it would take us that long.
No, we've been there for 4.5 hours.
I thought it would
5
take.
hours.
I thought it would take us 2 hours at most. I'll be so real.
Chat, I'm gonna go get in bed. I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep, I think. Because holy fuck, what was that? I need to know.
Let's definitely start earlier. I'm so fucking tired.
Definitely start earlier. Anna, you go get yourself off to bed.
Me too. I'm also gonna go.
Please don't stay up any longer.
Yeah, especially because we're going out tomorrow.
Yeah,
This is probably a bad idea.
Please don't stay up any longer. I don't want you feeling like shit tomorrow because of my stream. Anyways, chat. Anything else?
Case 2 next week.
Case 2 next week, Saturday.
You are gonna love it.
I'm gonna love it. I'm so excited.
I don't know whether we should do the, because do you know how I said that it's got like the branch in the middle?
Yeah.
I don't know whether we should do the normal one first and then go back and do the longer one.
We should, because I know, I think, from what I can tell with the whole thing that you told me, it will be that the other ones start have branching as well. So I say we do it all one route first and then come back and replay the routes.
I don't want to do that because it's
Okay.
a lot more fun.
Alright, we'll go back and do it then.
I think, because if we're doing it like one case per stream, I think, because it's like, Anna left.
Bye, Anna.
Oh, Anna left. Okay.
Good
Good night, Anna.
Good night, Anna. 07.
Yeah, we should go to bed because I'm Marko.
We
I need to
should.
go put down in the morning.
Yeah. Anyways, chat, we'll be off now. Marco Polo. The
Signing
Pool
off.
Noodle, Pool Noodle, YouTube, Twitch, nowhere else to add. Go watch our Your Turn to Die streams, please.
Yeah. I will, if you remind me, when I get home tomorrow, I'll upload them to YouTube.
I'll try. I probably won't remember.
Either that or I'll do it Monday.
I probably won't remember. Okay, chat. Hi, bye, and good night, chat. And bye, 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 bye.